चलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। तो म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। तो म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny.
Right, welcome back. Now, an army officer was killed in an encounter with terrorists in Doda district of J&K. An operation's been launched to capture the terrorists, one of whom was reportedly wounded. Meanwhile, security forces recovered a US-made M4 assault rifle and 3 rucksacks with assorted equipment from the encounter site. In fact, senior army officials have also visited this encounter spot. That's what we're given to understand. Sources said that the army was tipped off of the terrorists' hideout on Tuesday, after which they engaged the enemy. There was a brief exchange of fire and the operation resumed earlier today. This latest terror attack in the Jammu region comes a day before Independence Day celebrations, and this at a time when Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also chaired a meeting attended by senior officials, including the 3 service chiefs, as well as the NSA, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Right, on this note, we'll head into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है। हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Stay with us for all the top news stories. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. The CBI forensics team visits the Kolkata hospital where the horrific rape and murder took place, as the CBI also takes the accused for a medical test. The doctors, meanwhile, continue their protest. The IMA chief visits the hospital, assures the protesting doctors of all support. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi puts Mamata government in the dock, says an effort was there to protect the accused. The BJP, meanwhile, demands the Bengal Chief Minister's resignation. The BJP says Mamata delayed the investigation. The Trinamool Congress says don't politicize the Kolkata rape murder horror. Amid a massive backlash, the Assam government has withdrawn a circular of a government hospital which put the onus on safety on women doctors. Assam Chief Minister tells NDTV, says safety issues raised by doctors will be looked into, says the circular was unwarranted. An army officer, Captain Deepak Singh, killed in action after an encounter with a group of 4 terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. One terrorist has also been killed. Our top story now, and the CBI has taken over the Kolkata rape and murder case and begun its investigation. This is after the case was handed over to them by the Calcutta High Court. Today, a forensic team has visited the hospital where last Friday a junior doctor was raped and murdered. Remember, one person has been arrested, a civic volunteer at the hospital, Sanjoy Roy. The accused has also been taken for a medical test, and the CBI team is conducting the forensics as well at the hospital where this horrific crime took place. Now, there is also a lot of politics going on over the entire issue, with the BJP demanding the chief minister step down, as well as the Congress, Rahul Gandhi, now hitting out and saying that there was an attempt to shield the accused, those accused in this horrific crime. NDTV Saurabh sent us this report.
There are 3 angles that the CBI would have to look at, and these are mentioned in the petition of the parents. 1, is this a case of gang rape? 2, are there more people involved? Was this the handiwork of just one person or more, as the parents say in their petition, given the injuries? And 3, the postmortem has been done, and has it been manipulated to shield accused? Now, as far as the postmortem is concerned, we have some clarity. The postmortem was done in the presence of a judicial magistrate. The entire process was videographed, and all protocols were followed, is what the police said, including the fact that, you know, the entire process being videographed and a copy of the postmortem given to the parents to ensure that their concerns are addressed. But beyond that, of course, the parents have raised allegations, so these allegations will have to be addressed by the CBI. And you know, one of the things that the police have mentioned is that their investigation has been completely transparent. Obviously, that has not satisfied the parents, though. The parents believe that it is a gang rape case, like they've mentioned in the petition. Their lawyer, Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharya, of you know, who's also the former mayor of Kolkata, you know, who's also you know, a CPIM politician, he argued in court, and he said he raised these points very clearly in the petition, and therefore these are questions that the CBI will have to look at in this investigation.
And as we said, politics also taking place over this Kolkata horror, and you have Rahul Gandhi now speaking out over this and saying that there was an effort to protect the accused in the case. So Rahul Gandhi making that criticism, saying that major lapse by the hospital that and local administration. Rahul has slammed ally Mamata's government and put Mamata in the dock. Meanwhile, the BJP earlier today addressed a press conference where they asked for Mamata Banerjee's resignation, saying that she had delayed investigation into the matter. The Trinamool Congress, however, has said, don't politicize the Kolkata rape and murder horror.
इसमें ये जो डिले हुआ है, इसमें मुझे लगा कि मुख्यमंत्री जी का कोशिश था कि पुलिस के द्वारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन को डिले कराया जाए। तो मुझे लगता है ये टाइम किल करने की कोशिश की गई, और मुझे डाउट है कि सीबीआई के पास कितना प्रूफ जो पुलिस ने गैदर किया था उसका कितना हिस्सा पहुंचा है और पहुंचेगा भी।
All right, Rahul Gandhi also posted on social media saying the horrific incident of the rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata has shocked the entire nation. The layers of cruelty and inhumanity that are being revealed have created an atmosphere of fear and insecurity among the doctor community and women. The efforts to protect the accused instead of delivering justice to the victim raise serious questions about the hospital and local administration. So he hasn't really taken the name of the Chief Minister or Mamata government, but a veiled criticism there of the local administration. He also writes, this incident forces us to think, if doctors are not safe in places like medical colleges, how can parents trust sending their daughters away for education? Why have the strict laws enacted after Nirbhaya case failed to prevent such crimes? From Hathras to Unnao and from Kathua to Kolkata, the increasing cases of violence against women demand serious discussion and concrete measures. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. And Sunil, so Rahul Gandhi also coming out with this criticism. He hasn't named Mamata Banerjee or the West Bengal government, but has spoken about the failures of the local authorities.
That's right, Gargi. It's all written in that tweet very clearly. If you have to read between the lines, I think the leader of opposition coming out strongly saying after Nirbhaya, after the strict and stringent laws brought at that time, even then women are continuing to suffer. Why is it that they have this, and what was the reasons for why the local administration and the hospital tried to save the culprits and wanting the stringent punishment to be given? This is a clear case where he comes out in total support. This will definitely be a little bit of an embarrassment for the Trinamool Congress, where the Congress has made its distinction clear, even though they have an India alliance. Mamata has a hot and cold relationship with the Congress party. But Rahul Gandhi hitting out very strongly at what is now becoming a people's movement against the crime against women in the city of Kolkata. And it's in that backdrop that no less than the leader of opposition joining in support without naming Mamata, which he didn't have to, has made it clear that the local administration, the hospitals, the entire paraphernalia have failed. And even after we have laws that have been stringently put in favor of women, why aren't they being used and protected for women who continue to work and study in the city across the country.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So politics ongoing even as the investigations have been taken over by the CBI, as we've been, bringing you and reporting on those developments. Well, joining us for more on this political, angle and this back and forth that we're seeing, Mohammad Tausifir Rahman, Trinamool Congress spokesperson, Lavanya Balal Jain, spokesperson of the Congress party, and Dr. Shautu Rupa, national spokesperson of the BJP, also joining us for more. First to you, Tausifur Rahman, your reaction to this criticism by Rahul Gandhi, where he has said that it is the local administration that is to blame, and he also says that there seems that there was some sort of shielding of the accused.
Well, good evening to everyone. Well, I don't take this as a criticism, ma'am. I take this as a concern. And even I am also concerned, even we have some unanswered, some lots of question which has not been answered. So I don't think so. And I don't want to put my mind what the opposition is saying, what Rahul Gandhi is saying. The main thing is to bring justice in front of everyone's eyes. What is the most concerned thing that my brother and sister sitting outside the hospital protesting for their demands, which is very valid, that should happen as soon as possible. The judiciary is in place. The fast track should be there. The death penalty has to happen. The CBI has taken the case. I mean, the local police has to support them. If they're not, then again, the CBI can take action on Kolkata police as well. I mean, no one should be spared. I mean, this is the biggest concern. There should be no concern what BJP is saying, what Congress is saying,
right,
what
but
Trinamool
yesterday,
Congress thinks.
the Calcutta High Court also had some very stinging observations regarding how this case was handled, how the complaint, and also said initially why the complaint wasn't filed in the correct manner, and had criticism of how the principal who resigned, and it was Tom that he has resigned, but later we find out within a few hours he's appointed to, he's been, put in somewhere else, he's been accommodated. So all this is something that even the High Court took exception to.
Ma'am, the country is not above the law. I mean, whatever the Honorable Court of whatever the Honorable Court has decided to stay, or they have come very strongly against Trinamool Congress or the West Bengal administration, is absolutely fine. End of the day, I want to repeat myself. We want justice, and it's a very good question. I want to answer about the principle. Ma'am, on the very first day, the protesters, the brother and sister sitting outside the hospital, they demanded the principal should leave the office immediately. We don't want this principal inside our premises. So this was the first thing the Chief Minister transferred him to another hospital. The demand was not for suspension. Now, if there is suspension case also, he will be suspended. The National General Secretary of Trinamool Congress stated very clearly that if the principal, and not today, on the very first day, 5 o'clock in the evening, if the principal or the superintendent is involved by any chances, by any margin, he should accompany the accused and he should stay behind the bars, and even he should face the death penalty as well. So you see, the government of West Bengal has nothing to hide. Whosoever is involved should be behind the bars, ma'am.
All right, Lavanya Balal Jain, your comments on that, and Rahul Gandhi coming out with this very, very strong statement.
Good evening, Gargi. Rahul Gandhi has always stood for what is correct and what is the right thing to do, and tough decisions. Yes, we have been coalition partners during elections with Trinamool Congress, and I don't think it takes away from speaking up for the right thing. And I'm very glad my leader has spoken up, and he's demanded for swift justice and no kind of forgiveness for the people who have committed the crime and who have aided people to hide the crime. That's the right thing to do. And also, you were talking about how it is becoming politicized. Politicians have to speak, political parties have to speak up about it, but I don't think we should make it political. It's a horrific crime. And Gargi, 14 years after Nirbhaya, we have still seen increased crime against women. That has to change. Somewhere, something has to change for women to have safe space in India.
Right, absolutely. And, so many years later, we continue to demand justice and better protection for women. Let's also go across to Dr. Shautu Rupa, and your comments on all the developments so far. The CBI has taken over the case as was being demanded by many of those protesting, but the BJP today demanding... all right, we seem to have lost the line with her, but yes, you wanted to come in here, Tausifur?
Gargi, beside being a spokesperson of Trinamool Congress, or my esteemed panelist is with me from the Congress, every time something happens in the country, whether it's a rape or a brutal murder, we don't have a stern action. We don't have a stern punishment. I mean, we do have a death penalty somewhere lying down inside the judiciary, but why doesn't it take place? So my appeal is very simple. Why, instead of taking out rallies and, doing whataboutery, why don't all the political parties goes inside the parliament and pass an ordinance for a death penalty and a fast track? I mean, until and unless we don't stand with a stern punishment, I'm telling you, today Calcutta, it was Nirbhaya, again it will be in another state. The safety priority is not there. I mean, we have some other priorities. Every day we debate on another something issue, but after this, after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, what is the result? We are going to again forget our sisters. We don't have a stern punishment. Why can't the judiciary
punishment,
take
yes,
a
I mean, we need to have punishment that actually and better protection for women, as well as, safe areas to work in. Yes, Lavanya, go ahead.
Hi, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have seen Aruna Shambhog's case, which happened like 40 years ago, where she was raped and left for dead by a ward boy. It shows clearly the situation for women in their workspace has not changed at all, Gargi. What I wouldn't agree with my co-panelist when he demands gallows for criminals, but I would really demand a change in the way work atmosphere is designed for women. I think there should be stringent laws in place to check if it is safe for women. I don't think giving hanging by death or any other punishment is a deterrent to any criminal, right? Most of the rapes are by opportunistic people. They do not decide and do all of that stuff. It's not like a cold-blooded murder. It's something different. But then I think all the parties need to get together. I agree with my co-panelists that all parties need to get together and ensure there are strict guidelines to be followed for women in all workplaces, irrespective of
beyond
what
politics,
kind of job
because
they
we
are
saw
doing.
that circular that was issued by a college in Assam, which said that, women should avoid going out late at night, should avoid certain areas, should avoid the manner in which they speak to certain people, lest there's a reaction. And it was withdrawn, and I appreciate the Assam Chief Minister immediately, in an interview to NDTV, he said, no, it was unwarranted and it's withdrawn. But this kind of an attitude, because it's not just this one Kolkata case, but it's this larger issue of safety of women. Dr. Shatarupa here, a national spokesperson of the BJP. Ma'am, your comments today.
Gargi, good evening. I've been listening to what Tausif had to say, obviously, like the rest of his party. No, nobody is doing politics. Here you have a woman, a 31-year-old doctor, who was, like what Lavanya said, she was working. She was in her daily duty of saving people, helping people get better. Why we are raising certain issues as the opposition is, we have the Chief Minister, who is also the Health Minister, who is also the Police Minister. In her capacity as the Health Minister, she has done nothing except painted blue and the buildings of the hospital, the gates blue and white. There are no CCTV cameras on the floor. There are no security guards. As in, I'm not saying security guards with some armed guns, but there is nobody to even register who's going in and out of the hospital. So therefore, when you have a brutal rape like this, there is absolutely no way of finding out, or there's no desire, I would say, to find out, who all came that day. It is if you look at the scene of the crime, it is still not been cordoned off. In the language of the police, they said that they secure the site of the crime. We still don't see a red ribbon. Basic question. Today, yesterday onwards, they're breaking down a room which is exactly opposite the seminar room. I mean, for 3 years, these doctors kept on saying, give us a place where we can rest. Nobody bothered. Now, suddenly, the Trinamool government feels that this is the right time when the investigation is on, that they have to break up a room which is bang opposite the
I'm not sure that is correct, because our reporter had also spoken on that. But yes, Tausifur Rahman, you wanted to come in here?
Let me finish.
Okay, one moment. Let her finish. Let her finish. Go ahead, yes.
Tausif has spoken at least half the show and talked nonsense as usual. The point is, what is right and what is wrong is not the point. We have seen complete apathy from the state government, including the Chief Minister, towards any kind of heinous crime towards women throughout these 13 years. This time, suddenly, she jumps up and talks to the parents in an attempt to cover up. Now, why? What are you trying to brush under the carpet? Yes, Taufik was right. The children, the doctors wanted this principal out. So therefore, the principal, instead of being handed over to the police for basic questioning, he was immediately taken up and put on to some other hospital. And mind you, Gargi, this is something not only is the BJP saying, the High Court is shocked that how powerful must this person be that you have to placate him, so therefore you put him into some other hospital within the same day. There has been not a single person detained in a matter of 4 hours where this crime took place. There is no record of people who came in and went out.
We reported on NDTV about how within a few hours he had been, accommodated elsewhere. And yes, the High Court came down very heavily on this. Lots of charges there. Tausifur Rahman, your response to that?
Gargi, I totally understand, because ma'am is my sister as well. I mean, she knows me very well, and she tells me that I talk nonsense on television. That's okay. But I can see her concern with whataboutery. I mean, she's forgetting one thing. I do understand the protest is happening outside the Arjikar and each and every hospital, but she's forgetting as well. This protest is from Patna, Bihar, Delhi, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh. And the complaint is same. And the complaint is same at each and every medical college and medical hospital. We have to see that. Yes, the incident happened in Arjikar, which is heinous. There is no excuse. There is no hidden. We cannot step back. But at the same time, we have to talk about the safety and about this construction, ma'am. You know very well, Shatrupa ji have no idea what she's talking about. But please, this is not the day about whataboutery. You think Mamata Banerjee will save someone, especially a principal, who was moved from there within 1 hour? And in that same day, Gargi ji, on that same day around evening 5 o'clock, Abhishek Bandopadhyay spoke about the principal and the superintendent that they cannot leave the country. They have to answer. The investigation will be there and they have to cooperate with the Kolkata police or CBI or whatsoever. You think it's such a scapegoat, or it is so easy that someone will do anything and will escape from West Bengal? No, this is not Modi government. This is West Bengal government. Everyone has to stay
one
here,
commitment that the
answer it.
health minister has given, JP Nadda has given, is that the Central Healthcare Protection Act will be passed and this will make hospitals a lot safer. And some states have already, taken steps. So hopefully this is something we will see happen, isn't it, Dr. Shatarupa?
Yes, this is under process. But instead of again traveling all over India, please tell me, who is Abhishek Banerjee to give an assurance? My simple question is, why has
the member of parliament, ma'am? That's his right, ma'am. He's a member of parliament like Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi is a member of parliament. Abhishek Banerjee is a member of parliament, ma'am. That's his responsibility to speak on Calcutta issues.
Gargi, nobody has been taken
that's his responsibility.
No,
who is Gaurav Bhatia?
One moment, just let Dr. Shatrupa finish what she is saying, and then Lavanya, one comment from you, and I'll have to wrap. Yes, Dr. Shatrupa, go ahead.
I don't want to politicize this. Nobody in Bengal wants to politicize this. I am asking few very basic questions. I am saying, why has the DNA not been matched? Why have the people who were on duty that day not been detained for questioning? Why has the principal not been detained for questioning? Who is Abhishek Banerjee or Mamata Banerjee to give an assurance that nobody will leave the country? It is the High Court who has now taken cognizance of this entire power play.
That's right, and the CBI has taken over this case, so hopefully all these aspects will be looked at. Lavanya, Balal, your comments.
We want justice for Mamata. That is our goal. All of us are fighting for that. At the same time, I would like to remind my co-panelists from the BJP, on the day when this incident broke, when we are all fighting for justice for this young doctor in Kolkata, the BJP governments in 2 different states, they have given, Asaram Bapu and Ram Rahim, both of them are out on parole. And they have been more outside the jail than in the jail, in the punishment they have been facing. That is duplicity. Every time your government encourages that, there is encouragement indirectly seen to all people who enable these criminals. I think the argument should be the same. No matter if he's a godman or a common man, I think they all should be treated same. Like the heinous crime they have committed, they are horrible criminals. I think the same argument should be applicable everywhere.
This is beyond politics. There needs to be better safety for all women, our doctors as well, and hopefully more steps will be taken. The outrage and anger over this has now become a kind of movement. Thank you so much all for joining us on the show, on this case. And as we said, the CBI has taken over the matter today. The investigations, the forensic team is at the hospital. Also, the main accused, Sanjoy Roy, who was arrested on Saturday, a day after the horrific rape and murder of the 31-year-old was discovered. He has also been taken for a medical checkup. But there is anger, as we said, in different parts of the country as well, where doctors have been protesting and demanding better facilities, better safety for them. Let's go across to Sam Daniel now, who joins us from the Government Stanley Medical College. And Sam, tell us about what the students, what the doctors there are saying. And this is really touched a chord, and it's become a movement in different parts across the country.
Absolutely, Gargi. We come to you from the Government Stanley Medical College Hospital in Chennai, and the rape and murder of a lady doctor in Calcutta has triggered a sense of fear among the medical fraternity across the country. Here, the medicos are holding a candle vigil protest, asking the government to implement the act meant to ensure the safety of doctors, and also to make sure the Visakha committee is in place in all the hospitals and medical colleges across the country. And third, they want to make sure that there is justice in this particular case, the case of the rape and murder of a doctor in Kolkata. Thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry about the situation we are meeting you in. How has it impacted you?
So, as a fellow woman in medicine and a soon-to-be pursuing doctor, I think it's of great agony for us. It's a moment where we all grieve a lot about this. I don't think this is a question about how safe a doctor is in India. It is also a question about that, as well as a testament to how human lives don't seem to matter much these days. And I feel that this is a question of the right to life at this point. And I hope at the end of the day, we could be practicing in a safer society tomorrow, and women could be safe to do their jobs.
Your key demands?
Yeah, we actually want cameras to be installed everywhere, nook and corner of the hospital, and even in all the steps we want lightings, because lights should be kept in all the steps and all the floors. And then actually in government hospitals, anybody can actually enter the ward and they can leave. So we don't have something called like visiting hours or any card. So the patient's relatives should be given some card, or a particular visiting hours should be kept, so that we control the crowd in the hospitals. And then separate time has to be spent. The higher authorities have to spend time with the doctors, and they should ask for the grievances and whatever what infrastructure development or other developments, whatever they want, and it should be sorted out immediately.
Visakha committee is one demand you have, that it should be put in place and publicized adequately in all the places. How is it in Tamil Nadu?
So Visakha committee, yesterday like this we have went to the protest. When I went to the protest, the professor was explaining about the Visakha committee. Then only I came to know that Visakha committee is in this college. Till now I am a third year MBBS student studying here. Till now I did not know Visakha committee is in the college. Yesterday only I came to know. I want to talk about the incidents that as I heard the message that a doctor was raped and murdered in the hospital, as a thing we have to speak about the what we can say, obedience of the men. Rather than talking about that women are not brought up like that, brought up in such a way that they have to be obedient, they have to sit quiet, they have to be sit in the corner. Rather than we have to talk as a new idea that men have to be obedient. They have to see a woman in such a way that as a mother, as a sister, as a
respect women.
Respect. Yeah, they have to respect women. They have to see as a mother, in the place of the mother, as a colleague, as a whatever may be the woman may be, as whatever job they are doing. We have to talk about the obedience of the men. Then
that's an important point. Tamil Nadu is known to have a very strong and good healthcare system. In terms of safety, what's the ground situation? Is it a stray incident, or do you think that kind of situation prevails in all states or in Tamil Nadu?
I think this is a question for all the CRRIs of my hospital and the PGs working here. But as far as I have seen, all I know is that there could have been better efforts. And seeing this kind of incident is happening in Kerala, has happened in Tamil Nadu, I always say there is scope for improvement.
Now, you all are in the final year. What are your concerns now? You talked about installing CCTVs. What else?
So main thing is there should be a good rapport between the higher authorities of the college and the students. Only if there is a good rapport, they will come to know their problems. Second, if a girl doctor or a lady doctor is not having a proper facility in the hospital, she has to voice out. She shouldn't get concerned, or she shouldn't she shouldn't accept whatever it is. She has to voice out and ask for whatever she wants, because people are paying, our parents are paying taxes, and the government has to install things whatever we want. If she's not okay with something, she has to go tell to her chief and get things corrected. But if she says, if she voice out, we will know that something is lacking here. Or she should not just keep, she keeps quiet, the same thing will be repeating on, and only when something like this happens, we'll come to know like something is. Now there was no camera, so many students are studying there. So in that particular seminar hall, there is no cameras. That someone could have reported to the chief or to the HOD. If that has happened, the person who has, or some gang who have done this rape or who have molested the lady doctor would have there would have been a sense of fear within them, like they have been recorded something.
It's an important point. You raised an important point that it's important men, young boys are well educated at home on this issue of respecting women. How do men look at this, medicos here?
So first of all, I talked about that safety of the woman. Now you asked the question about that how men should involve in these procedures. So first we have to safeguard our society. The women's society should be safeguarded. Additionally, if a woman, as a medico, I am saying that here RSRM is there. RSRM is a far off from her. So as in midnight 10 p.m. as a woman has to go from this hospital to that hospital, they should at least arrange vehicle for him. At least from here to here. As a society, we cannot always blame that society. First of all, we have to step forward to protect a woman. Has to provide some vehicle or some security in a emergency department. If two interns will be there, one male intern, one female intern will be there. In the emergency department, so much of inpatients will be coming at night. How a single woman or single men can manage that? As a part, we have to work as a whole, as a men and a woman, and we have to safeguard the society.
Is there a need for a larger safety protocol for doctors, students in medical colleges, hospitals across the country to be evolved now?
Yes.
And made sure it's implemented. We have a law, but it's important it has to be enforced.
At this point, I think we should realize that it's always it's an occupational hazard at this point. Being anywhere in the medical field, I speak for my fellow pharmaceutical PGs, I speak for all of the doctors, I speak for every lab assistant. All of us are at one point of time, there is not enough, I would say there is not enough infrastructure to protect us. And being doctors, we have to deal with the patients, attenders forefront. So if there is any problem which arises between us, I don't see any savior coming us to help us. So we have to bear the brunt of all the emotions the patient's attender displays.
Very briefly, is the situation any better in private medical colleges compared to government medical colleges or government hospitals?
Sir, I don't have any exposure about that private medical college, so I can't comment about the situation in the private medical college.
Thank you very much, and certainly the issue has raised several tough questions. It's a wake-up call, Gargi, and students, the medicals hope that the government would factor in all the other possibilities in terms of issues, situations that could actually endanger their safety and fix this permanently so that hospitals and medical colleges could be even more safe place for them to work.
No, absolutely, Sam. Very disturbing to hear those accounts, especially of the young, lady there talking about the insecurity in the field. And these are people studying to be doctors and really, serve society in a sense. So sad to see that there's such a level of fear as well. Thanks so much for joining us. With that, we'll continue to bring you voices from across the country as this outrage over the rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata has now become this movement across the country. But moving on now to news from Jammu and Kashmir, where one terrorist has been gunned down by forces. This is after earlier today an army officer officer was killed in the encounter in Doda. An operation was launched to capture the terrorists, one of whom was wounded. Security forces also recovered a US-made M4 assault rifle and 3 rucksacks with assorted equipment from the encounter. Sources said the army had been tipped off to the terrorist hideout on Tuesday evening, after which they engaged with the enemy. There was an exchange of fire and this morning as well, and it led to the tragic death of an army officer who was killed in action. And now one terrorist has also been killed in the Doda encounter as the search operations there continue to flush out all the terrorists who are hiding here. And in fact, you have, this was a major operation. A civilian too was injured in this encounter. Well, let's go across to Nazir now for more. And Nazir, so what is the latest? One terrorist killed and earlier an army officer also killed in the course of this encounter.
Well, as we have been reporting since morning that one militant was injured and the blood stains were found, and based on that, security force were suspecting one militant has been injured, and they followed the blood trail. So the body of one militant has been seen in the cordon area. So one militant finally been killed during this operation, which started yesterday evening. But army has lost a young captain in this encounter. So Captain Deepak Singh was killed in action during this fierce gun battle, in which army has also recovered one American-made M4 rifle, which is a state-of-art rifle being used by militants who appear to be highly trained and well-trained in the jungle warfare. These, encounters are posing big challenge for the security forces, and the topography appears to be the biggest challenge. And it is clearly not an case where these militants have made these underground, these hideouts overnight. It may have taken them some time, few months or some years, and that's why they have been operating. The police have recently said that around 60 militants may be operating in Jammu, all foreigners, all Pakistanis, but the number of locally say it could be much higher than 60. So it is posing a significant challenge, security challenge for the government, for the security forces. Additional troops have been rushed to the area. Operation is underway, but it's after a while, after a long time, when a militant has been killed during an encounter in this area after security force suffered casualty. Yes, it was again in Doda, where during the operation, 3 militants were killed in the same area. But it has become rare that when militants target security forces, they always manage to flee, get away. But it was a specific information during this operation, human intelligence received by the army, that there are militants hiding in this particular place. They launched the operation yesterday evening, and today morning, one young Captain Deepak Singh, lost his life, was killed in action. But army continued that operation. Security forces and police, they finally have been able to kill one militant, recovered arms and ammunition from the site of encounter. But there are reports 3 to 4 militants could be still hiding or holed up in the same area. But operating in these areas is very difficult. It is easier said than done. It's a difficult job security forces have been.
All right, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us there with the very latest. One terrorist killed and one captain also killed earlier today. With that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, a setback for BJP leader Maneka Gandhi at the Allahabad High Court. We'll get you the details.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Rahul Gandhi puts Mamata government in the dock, says there's an effort to protect the accused in the Kolkata rape and murder case. While the BJP demands the Bengal Chief Minister's resignation, the Trinamool Congress says don't politicize the rape and murder. The Assam government withdraws a circular of a medical hospital which had put the onus of safety on women doctors. The Assam Chief Minister says issues raised by doctors will be looked into. One terrorist is killed in the Doda encounter. An army officer, Captain Deepak Singh too, was killed in action during the encounter. A heartwarming gesture for PR Shrijesh. His jersey number 16 is retired.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है। हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happened through spirituality.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है। हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happened through spirituality.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Nad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Welcome back. After the horrific rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata, now controversy after a state-run medical college in Assam issued an advisory for women doctors and students, asking them to avoid situations where they are alone. Now this after there have been protests across the country with doctors demanding better security for themselves and also justice in this case. Huge criticism for this circular that essentially put the onus of safety of the women doctors on the women doctors themselves. NDTV spoke with the Assam Chief Minister, who said that this was, who agreed that this circular was not required, and he said that he'd spoken to the director and asked them to withdraw the circular.
There was an advisory issued by the Silchar Medical College, which was protested by the students. They found it to be...
that advisory has been withdrawn in the morning.
And the students have also raised certain issues in terms of women's safety.
It is okay, but that advisory was not warranted. Yesterday I talked to the principal, they have withdrawn it.
In other news, a setback for BJP leader Maneka Gandhi in the Allahabad High Court. The Allahabad High Court has thrown out her poll result challenge. Maneka Gandhi had challenged the results of the Sultanpur Lok Sabha constituency. She had lost to a Samajwadi Party candidate and she had challenged those results. She had sought cancellation of the Lok Sabha election of the results there, but her petition has been rejected by the Allahabad High Court. Let's go across to Tanish now for more. And Tanish, on what grounds had she challenged the result?
Well, Maneka Gandhi challenged, of course, filed a petition in Allahabad High Court seeking disqualification of Ram Nishad of the Samajwadi Party on the grounds that he had only disclosed 8 of the criminal cases against him in the election affidavit, whereas there are around 12 cases lodged against Ram Nishad of the Samajwadi Party. So these were the grounds on which Maneka Gandhi said Maneka Gandhi was seeking disqualification of Ram Nishad of the Samajwadi Party. Now, again, the court today gave an order, dismiss the petition. Why did the court dismiss the petition? One most important reason was that the petition was filed 7 days later than the stipulated time. The Section 81 of the People's Representatives Act gives time for around 45 days after a person is elected to file a petition challenging the win, of course. So what Maneka Gandhi took more than 45 days, around 7 days more than 45 days, and then she filed the petition. The lawyer of the Maneka Gandhi argued that Maneka Gandhi was in hospital. That is why the delay in the petition. So the Allahabad High Court's Lucknow bench today dismissed the petition on the basis of maintainability and not on merit. So on the basis of maintainability, the petition has been dismissed. The Allahabad High Court has said that it is not maintainable, and hence it has been dismissed. Yes.
All right, thanks so much, Tanish, for joining us with those details. So that petition thrown out by the Allahabad High Court. In other news now, Hockey India has announced that they will retire jersey number 16, and this is in honor of the legendary goalkeeper PR Srijesh, who retired following the Indian team's bronze medal win at the Paris Olympics. Recently, Hockey India organized a farewell ceremony as well to honor PR Srijesh and celebrate the achievements of the two-time Olympics bronze medalist in New Delhi. Srijesh will now take up the role of the junior national coach. So his number has now been retired. All right, some breaking news now coming in. Congress leader Abhishek Manu Singhvi will contest once again the Rajya Sabha by-poll, and he will seek a seat now from Telangana. Remember, Abhishek Manu Singhvi had lost the Rajya Sabha poll from Himachal Pradesh. So Abhishek Manu Singhvi there now finally may get that seat in the Rajya Sabha that he has been vying for, and he will now be contesting from Telangana. Rajya Sabha elections are coming up soon, and a seat will be provided to him from Telangana, where the Congress is the ruling party. So Abhishek Manu Singhvi finally to get that Rajya Sabha seat, and a safe seat for him perhaps this time, as he will be contesting from Congress ruled Telangana, though even from Himachal Pradesh it was a Congress ruled state. However, even so, Abhishek Manu Singhvi did not make it through on that particular seat, and now he will be contesting from Telangana, which is a Congress-ruled state. So senior Congress leader Abhishek Manu Singhvi will be contesting for the Rajya Sabha elections, and will be provided a seat by the Congress party. He will be accommodated from Telangana. He had lost the poll from Himachal Pradesh earlier, and it was a huge embarrassment as well as a blow to the party, and now he will be contesting. He will be accommodated from the Rajya Sabha, and he will therefore find a seat in the upper house from Telangana. Well, let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. So finally, Sunil Prabhu, Abhishek Manu Singhvi will be accommodated in Rajya Sabha from Telangana?
That's right. After losing out in Himachal by where it was tied, and by the roll of a dice, even though he was picked, he lost out, and that is under contest, and he's put that under challenge. The fact is that he is now being accommodated because he's the legal eyes and the brains for the Congress party, as well as, of course, for many political parties, be it the Trinamool Congress, be it the Aam Aadmi Party. You saw Mr. Manish Sisodia the other day say that Mr. Singhvi is like God to us as a lawyer, the kind of role that he's played. And definitely, even though it's just a 2-year term, it is expected that he will get another fresh term. So it will be 2 + 6, that becomes 8 years in the reckoning. But as of now, Mr. Singhvi is hoping to be back by the next session of Parliament. He's missed this session and hoping to become a member of Parliament once again once he gets through.
All right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for that. So, Abhishek Manu Singhvi to be accommodated from Telangana. As Sunil was saying, he had earlier lost from Himachal Pradesh, and that is after he and the BJP candidate had got the equal number of votes, and then he lost after the draw of lots, which he has later challenged. And it was just bad luck, really, as they had got equal number of votes then, and it was Harsh Mahajan who finally went through to the upper house. But now, Abhishek Manu Singhvi assured that seat in the Rajya Sabha, where he will be accommodated from Telangana. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है। हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Nad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at 6 p.m. CBI's forensic team visits Kolkata hospital after taking the accused into custody. The accused taken for medical. Meanwhile, doctors continue to protest. IMA chief interacts with protesting doctors, assures them support. Rahul Gandhi's first reaction on the Kolkata rape and murder puts Mamata Banerjee government in dock. Rahul says effort to protect the accused. BJP demands Bengal Chief Minister's resignation. BJP says Mamata delayed investigation. Meanwhile, TMC hits back, asks for no politicization of the case. Under pressure and backlash, Assam government withdraws circular of government hospital which puts onus of safety on women doctors. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma speaks exclusively to NDTV, says safety issues raised by doctors will be looked into.
That advisory was not warranted. Yesterday I talked to the principal, they have withdrawn.
One terrorist killed and an army captain also in fact martyred in the action after an encounter with a group of 4 terrorists in Jammu Kashmir's Doda district. Operation launched to capture the terrorists. Heartwarming gesture for PR Srijesh. Srijesh's jersey number 16 also retires with the twice Olympic bronze medalist. Hockey India felicitates god of modern Indian hockey. Well, there's some news coming in for noted lawyer and Congress leader Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is all set to contest Rajya Sabha by-polls from the state of Telangana. Abhishek Manu Singhvi will be contesting from the state of Telangana. Remember, Mr. Singhvi's name was also put forward by the Congress party earlier this year for the for the elections, in fact, from Rajya Sabha from the state of Himachal Pradesh. After the turmoil in the government of Himachal Pradesh, Abhishek Manu Singhvi could not win that seat. And now, of course, he's being nominated from Telangana for the by-polls that are going to take place from the state. Let me go across to my colleague, Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us at this moment. Sunil, Abhishek Manu Singhvi must be hoping that this time there is no faux pas or no political instability in Telangana, though the numbers in Telangana are very different story from what it was in Himachal Pradesh.
That's right. If you remember the ordeal of Himachal, it was tied. Abhishek Singhvi actually won that coin race. But in the Election Commission's wisdom, the winner loses. And that's the reason why he was not able to keep that Rajya Sabha seat. That, of course, after he was nominated, he was the first non-Himachal person to be nominated by the Congress party in recent times, and that was his fate. Now, since he has, made a request, and more importantly, he's been the man behind the scenes in terms of the legal eagle for the Congress party in various cases that it's fighting, be it Enforcement Directorate for Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, and others, be it in income tax cases where the Congress party's accounts have been frozen, along with a team of other lawyers. Mr. Singhvi has been the man to go to for various political parties. As you saw, for the Aam Aadmi Party, no less than Manish Sisodia say that he's a man for us like God. The fact that he's been able to get relief for them. And it's in that backdrop now that the Congress has decided to commit him after Mr. Keshav Rao resigned. It's going to get a 2-year term, but more than that, he expects that he will also get the next, once that term gets over, another 6 years. So it's in that backdrop that the Congress has nominated Mr. Abhishek Singhvi as the candidate from Telangana. The numbers, of course, is quite clear in his favor, and it's unlikely that there'll be a contest. But nevertheless, if there will be, they will try to ensure that all, safeguards are taken this time round.
Absolutely. For Abhishek Manu Singhvi, it won't be over till the time it's actually over and he's declared the candidate, because as Sunil was pointing out, he pulled his name as per the rules, and he pulled his name and lost that race as far as the Rajya Sabha seat from Himachal Pradesh is concerned. Sunil, thank you for joining us with all those details. Moving on now, the Karnataka government has issued an order suspending all transactions with the State Bank of India and Punjab National Bank. Now, this is a significant order, ladies and gentlemen. The Finance Department has directed all state departments to close their accounts with these banks and immediately recover their deposits. Accounts held in the State Bank of India and Punjab National Bank by the state government, departments, public enterprises, corporations, local bodies, universities and other institutions must be terminated forthwith. Additionally, no further deposits or investments are to be made in these banks. And now, this is a significant order. This comes amid the allegations of misuse of government funds and, for illegal transactions. Despite the alleged fraud case associated with the Karnataka Industrial Area Development Board, with accounts opened at the Punjab National Bank in 2011, money worth several crores hasn't been refunded, and the case is still pending in the court for 10 years. Similarly, the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board had deposited money at the State Bank of India, which was allegedly adjusted along with the loan for private company with forged documents in 2013. So because of these, occurrences, the Karnataka government has gone against these public sector banks. It will have a serious implications on the financial health of these banks, and of course this will take a lot of maneuvering for all these accounts, salary and otherwise, to be shifted from these banks to other banks. Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman, who's joining us with more details. Pratibha, this is going to be a bureaucratic nightmare to try and move this kind of money, accounts of salaries of various employees of the state government from these banks to others. it seriously, at this moment, can result into a financial mess.
Absolutely, because we are talking of two main examples that have also been provided, and one is, like you've already mentioned, the Karnataka Industrial Area Development Board that has opened 3 accounts, that is one with one branch of Punjab National Bank in Bangalore for 12 crore rupees and 2 others with 12 crore and 13 crore rupees each. And apparently they have alleged that there were irregularities done by the bank officials, and that is precisely why this money couldn't be refunded. And the second example provided is involving the Karnataka Pollution Control Board that opened an account of 10 crore rupees with the State Bank of Mysore. And they have adjusted this with a loan that was provided to a private company with forged documents in 2013. Now, the process is definitely going to be extremely tedious because we are talking of several crores of rupees there with the bank that was held for so many years, at least about a decade that we are talking of. And the process must be done before September 20th is the deadline that has been given. To which account can they transfer this? None of the details that has been mentioned. And also the intimation must be given to the Deputy Secretary.
Right.
Most of them have been complaining about the tedious process that this would involve and the financial mess, like you've pointed out. But then no clear instruction that has been given in terms of the protocol that can be followed that has been provided by the Karnataka government here.
Okay, Pratibha, thank you. We'll leave it there. It's a big story that we'll be tracking of how, in fact, this goes through. But let me at this moment take you live to this event which is taking place at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the President of India is meeting the Indian Olympic squad, including the Olympic winners as well. Let's listen in.
हर कॉम्पिटिशन में मैं अपनी तरफ से पूरा बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस देके इंडिया को नाम ऊपर करने के लिए पूरा कोशिश रहूंगी. थैंक यू सो मच.
नमस्ते मैडम, मेरा नाम बोम्मदेवरा धीरज है एंड मैं आर्चरी डिसिप्लिन खेलता हूँ और ये मेरे लिए फर्स्ट ओलंपिक्स था एंड फर्स्ट ओलंपिक्स में हमारे टीम को बहुत नया नया चैलेंजेस मिला पर टीम वर्क की वजह से हम लोग बहुत अच्छे से हैंडल कर पाए हर चीज़ को. जैसे कि हम लोग अभी तक का ओलंपिक हिस्ट्री में आर्चरी में बेस्ट फिनिश किए हर इवेंट में. मिक्स टीम 4th, मेन टीम 5th एंड वुमेन टीम 8th रहे, जो कि आज तक ओलंपिक हिस्ट्री में नहीं हुआ. एंड इस चीज़ के लिए मैं बहुत थैंक यू बोलना चाहता हूँ अपना साई टॉप्स एंड इसके साथ साथ इंडियन आर्मी को भी बहुत थैंक यू बोलना चाहता हूँ. उन लोग हमेशा आर्चरी को सपोर्ट किए, ट्रेनिंग हो हर चीज़ के लिए. एंड हमारा टीम का एक मोटो रहता है मैम हमेशा कि हार अंत नहीं होता है, जीत का शुरुआत होता है. तो ऐसे हम लोग लहराएंगे. थैंक यू मैम.
नमस्ते माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी. मैं निशान देव, बॉक्सिंग का खिलाड़ी, और मेरा पहला ओलंपिक्स है ये एंड काफ़ी थैंक यू.
नमस्ते मैम. मैं ये मोमेंट कभी नहीं भूलूंगा. हमारा जो वेन्यू था वो पैलेस ऑफ वसाई के ठीक सामने था एंड जब उधर भारत का झंडा लहरा रहा था एंड पहली बार ये ड्रेसाज स्पोर्ट में, वो मेरे लिए बहुत स्पेशल मोमेंट था. एंड मैं लास्ट ईयर एशियन गेम्स में भारत के लिए टीम गोल्ड एंड इंडिविजुअल ब्रॉन्ज लाया था. ये भी भारत के लिए ड्रेसाज में सबसे पहले मेडल्स थे. इस बार मेरी ट्रेनिंग बहुत अच्छी चल रही थी जर्मनी में, बट परफॉर्मेंस भी अच्छी गई थी. अनफॉर्चुनेटली मेडल विनिंग के लिए उतनी अच्छी अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं थी, बट अभी ये हमारा सफ़र अभी बस चालू हुआ है. एंड मैं 100% बिलीव करता हूँ कि जो आने में जो एशियन गेम्स, वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप्स एंड स्पेशली ओलंपिक गेम्स में हमारा बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस रहेगा. थैंक यू फॉर द सपोर्ट. थैंक यू फॉर एवरीथिंग.
परम आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति महोदया से अनुरोध है कि अपने आशीर्वचन खिलाड़ियों के लिए दें.
नमस्कार, मैं
आप सब अत्यंत प्रभावशाली और विश्व स्तर पर देश का गौरव बढ़ाने वाले खिलाड़ियों का राष्ट्रपति भवन में स्वागत करती हूँ। मैं सभी खिलाड़ियों को पेरिस ओलंपिक में उत्कृष्ट प्रयासों और उत्तम प्रदर्शन के लिए हार्दिक बधाई देती हूँ। मेरे लिए आप सब स्वर्ण पदकधारी हैं। यहाँ मेरे सामने कुछ खिलाड़ियों ने अपने एक्सपीरियंस रखे, किस तरह के प्रयास किया, प्रयास करते हुए भी कभी कभी 1-2 या हाफ पॉइंट के लिए पीछे रह गए हैं। अफसोस तो है, लेकिन इंडिया को अफसोस नहीं है। हम आपके लिए बहुत गर्वित हैं। आप जैसे जिस तरह प्रयास किए, जिस तरह प्रदर्शन किए और भारत की गौरव बढ़ाने के लिए जी जान लगाए, इसके लिए आप श्रद्धा के पात्र हैं, प्रशंसा के पात्र हैं। आप सभी ने विश्व मंच पर देश का गौरव बढ़ाए हैं। सभी देशवासियों की ओर से आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने पदक भी जीते और नई रिकॉर्ड भी बनाए। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ कि किसी भारतीय खिलाड़ी ने सक्सेसफुल ओलंपिक्स में इंडिविजुअल स्पोर्ट्स में पदक और रजत पदक दोनों जीते। आजादी के बाद पहली बार एक भारतीय खिलाड़ी ने एक ही ओलंपिक गेम्स में 2 पदक जीते। हमारे परंपरागत खेल कुश्ती में लगातार 5वीं ओलंपिक्स में पदक का आना देश के लिए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता की बात है। 52 वर्षों में पहली बार हमारी हॉकी टीम ने लगातार दूसरे ओलंपिक्स में पदक जीतकर देश का गौरव बढ़ाया है। मैं ये कहूंगी कि पदक जीतना खेल में उत्कृष्टता का एक मापदंड जरूरी है, लेकिन देश विदेश में हर स्तर पर लंबे समय तक उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन करके ओलंपिक्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करना बड़ी बात होता है। आप जो विदेश में अपने खेल कौशल का प्रदर्शन करते हैं, तो आप सिर्फ एक खेल में ही निपुणता का परिचय नहीं देते हैं, बल्कि भारत के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में हमारी विविधता और संस्कृति के ध्वज वाहक भी होते हैं। आप सभी न केवल शानदार के खिलाड़ी हैं, बल्कि भारत के अनऑफिशियल ब्रांड एम्बेसडर्स भी हैं। देश के सभी युवाओं, विशेषकर युवा खिलाड़ियों के लिए आप प्रेरणा के स्रोत हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आपकी सफलता से देश में स्पोर्ट्स कल्चर को और भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले दिनों में आपकी प्रेरणा और मार्गदर्शन से देश में ओलंपिक्स तथा अन्य इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट्स में विभिन्न खेलों में अधिक से अधिक खिलाड़ी बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन करेंगे और देश का नाम रोशन करेंगे। भारत में असीम प्रतिभा है और खेल के क्षेत्र में अपने साथ साथ देश के अन्य प्रतिभाशाली युवाओं को आगे बढ़ाने में आपका कर्तव्य है। आज हमारे बीच हमारी बेटियां भी उपस्थित है। मैं आपको विशेष बधाई देती हूँ, क्योंकि आपने यहाँ तक तो पहुँचने के लिए बेटों से अधिक बाधाओं का अब सामना करना पड़ता है, और यहाँ तो सामना करते करते यहाँ तो आप पहुँचे। ये बहुत खुशी की बात है कि इस बार ओलंपिक्स में भारत के लिए पहला पदक भी एक बेटी ने ही जीता। वैश्विक प्रतियोगिताओं में भारतीय खिलाड़ी अधिक से अधिक पदक जीते, इसके लिए सरकार ने भी कई नई पहल की है। इससे देश में खेलों के प्रति जागरूकता बढ़ेगी। खिलाड़ियों को आगे बढ़ाने तथा उत्कृष्ट खिलाड़ियों की खोज करने में खेलो इंडिया जैसी कार्यक्रम सराहनीय है। मुझे विश्वास है कि भविष्य में वैश्विक प्रतियोगिताओं में आप सभी अपना सर्वोत्तम प्रदर्शन करते हुए देश के लिए और पदक अर्जित करेंगे तथा नए रिकॉर्ड्स बनाकर श्रेष्ठता के नए आयाम स्थापित करेंगे। मैं आपके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। आशा करती हूँ आपका मन में जो दृढ़ता है, जो संकल्प है, आगे जाकर भारत जरूर अपने लक्ष्य तक पहुंचेगा और आप कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे और भारत का झंडा जरूर ऊंचा रहेगा। इसी उम्मीद के साथ मैं आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ।
All right, that was the President of India meeting the Olympic contingent, giving her best wishes for their future endeavors, and also saying that the entire country is proud of the spirit with which our country and these athletes participated in the Olympics, Paris Olympics 2024. All right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated
NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है। हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है। हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back. Now, the Kolkata rape and murder horror. Amid the allegations that there was an attempted cover-up, the CBI has now taken over the probe. The accused has been taken into custody by the CBI. Forensic teams have also visited the hospital. Now, remember, this happened after the High Court of Calcutta had given this probe to the CBI from the police amid the allegations that there was an attempted cover-up. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, there is now some sort of clarification coming in there from the Kolkata police, and we are just putting that out on our screens. They have put this post out on X, in which they say that at no stage of the investigation, the Kolkata police had said that this was a suicide, because this was being said that whether it was a hospital administration or the police which initially, in fact, delayed and tried to palm it off as suicide. So the Kolkata police is now, in fact, coming out and giving a point-by-point rebuttal. I'm being joined in this story by my colleagues Saurabh Gupta and Sunil Prabhu. But let me first go to Saurabh at this moment. Saurabh, the Kolkata police, in fact, trying to at least put out a message of all the questions being asked of them, whether it was question about delay in registering the case or, this case being covered up in trying to, in fact, palm it off as suicide.
Absolutely, and while this case is heinous, brutal, and it has really shocked the entire nation, and a lot of people genuinely are concerned over safety and want to come out and protest and are doing so. Unfortunately, surrounding this case, there has also been a lot of misinformation. Some of that misinformation was also tackled in the Calcutta High Court yesterday. For example, one of the things that was said is that, like on social media, this post that the Kolkata police had responded to, that the police had initially tried to cover it up as a case of suicide. Now, here's what happened. When this body was recovered, somebody claiming to be the assistant super of the hospital, which is the hospital administration, called the family members and said, your daughter has committed suicide, so please come here. That is something that was attributed to the Kolkata police. Now, this is something that, again, the Kolkata police have clarified. Secondly, it was also said and alleged on social media that the body was cremated by the police and not the family. This is something, again, the Kolkata police have clarified on Twitter, saying that the body was cremated by the family. In fact, the body was handed over to the family after the postmortem. So there is considerable amount of misinformation on this case. The other thing, let me add to what these points that have been clarified, the other piece of misinformation that has also been perceived as a cover-up is the fact that, when the High Court also questioned this, is that why was an unnatural death case registered, which is usually registered in cases of death by suicide or, where bodies are unclaimed or unidentifiable. Now, and in the absence of a complaint. Now, the police say that when they were informed of the body, they came here, they, did an inquest. Then, of course, to start the procedure of investigation, initially an unnatural death case was registered. This is procedure. Then they went on to add sections of rape based on the complaint of the family and the postmortem report or the initial report that they had after the inquest, etc., which suggested that prima facie it was a case of sexual assault and murder. Now, the High Court, of course, also said then why was there no complaint and pulled up the hospital administration for not filing a complaint immediately with the police and starting an investigation of rape and murder immediately. But there seems to have been, some kind of procedure that's been followed, which could have been avoided also if the hospital had filed a complaint. But in this case, the rape complaint was added in the evening, and that was after the completion of the inquest and the postmortem based on the complaint of the family. There are lots of other information that's also floating on social media, but the Kolkata police had clarified on this. For example, the police say that the postmortem report doesn't really mention fractures, while some people or some posts on social media have also claimed that there was some sort of fracture, etc. So information being tackled by the police now, or misinformation rather,
Okay.
that also has followed this unfortunate, brutal, heinous crime at the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital.
Okay. So Saurabh, in fact, reporting there from Kolkata, and behind him, if you can hear, we want justice. The cry continues from the doctors, those who have been continuously protesting, not only demanding justice in this case, where they believe that there has been some kind of cover-up and the gruesome, grievous injuries that that woman had to face. They are also demanding for better safety for doctors at workplace. Meanwhile, the Mamata Banerjee government is at this moment in the firing line of the opposition. The BJP has started and have announced a nationwide protest in support of the victim and her family, and also accusing the Mamata Banerjee government of a cover-up. Rahul Gandhi, who's part of the India Alliance, the Congress leader, has also hit out now on Mamata Banerjee and her government. Mr. Gandhi's first reaction to this heinous crime, he has in fact put a post on the website X and has said, efforts to protect the accused are shameful. He also said there have been major lapses by the hospital and the local administration. Rahul Gandhi has slammed Mamata Banerjee government and has put the government in dock as the BJP also demands resignation of Mamata Banerjee. Let me bring in my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is joining us at this moment. Sunil, this is a very, very emotive issue. And at this moment, in fact, the way this entire case has happened, once again, the response of the Trinamool Congress government, the Mamata Banerjee government, is being questioned.
Absolutely. It's being questioned, and Rahul Gandhi, as you see, really as a leader of opposition, talking about the fact that after Nirbhaya, women were expected to be safe. There were stringent laws. Why aren't they being followed from? And also brings up and reminds people about what happened in Hathras and Unnao. To talk about the fact that the local administration here, the hospital administration, have been found wanting. There can be no doubt. I think everybody cutting across party lines are upset. There's a sense of people being absolutely aghast at the manner in which the entire case has been handled, and no less than the Chief Minister herself saying that if they don't take action by the 19th, she would hand it over to the CBI. It's a different matter now that the High Court has asked the CBI to immediately look into this case. The fact of the matter is, as Rahul Gandhi pointed out, we have Nirbhaya laws. We have clearly a very, very functional system in terms of ensuring that women can be safe. Why did these steps not be taken to ensure that our women, be it from Unnao to Hathras to wherever across this country, have a safe place to work and study? And I think that's the bottom line that, as a leader of opposition, he's attempting to send, even though it might ruffle the Trinamool Congress, him being the leader of the Congress party. The Congress, as you are well aware, had an alliance with the left during the parliament elections.
Right.
They did not have an alliance with the Trinamool Congress. So there is definitely that friction. But at some stage, you have to call a spade a spade. And this is one occasion where I think Rahul Gandhi, better late than never, has come out strongly in support of the movement.
Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details. Let's listen into some reaction from the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has also, in fact, been critical of the Mamata Banerjee government. Listen.
ये जो डिले हुआ है, इसमें मुझे लगा कि मुख्यमंत्री जी का कोशिश था कि पुलिस के द्वारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन को डिले कराया जाए. तो मुझे लगता है ये टाइम किल करने की कोशिश की गई, और मुझे डाउट है कि सीबीआई के पास कितना प्रूफ जो पुलिस ने गैदर किया था उसका कितना हिस्सा पहुंचा है और पहुंचेगा भी.
पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार ममता बनर्जी के आदेश पर क्या कर रही थी? सबसे पहले, कोई भी जघन्य अपराध होता है जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं हीनस क्राइम, तो उसमें एफआईआर होना यह अनिवार्य है. यह हमारे देश का कानून कहता है. पूरे इस मामले को रफा दफा करने की साजिश ममता बनर्जी ने ही रची.
In the end, ladies and gentlemen, the fact is that if, of course, the crimes should stop, but if these crimes don't stop, the most important thing is how the governments react, and state after state, the governments have let down the families of the victims. Moving on, a controversy after the state-run medical college in Assam issued an advisory for women doctors and students, asking them to avoid situations where they are alone, putting the onus on the women for their own safety, telling them not to do this and not to be alone. Now, Assam Chief Minister has spoken exclusively to NDTV. Hemanta Biswa Sarma has said he has asked the college to withdraw the circular and has asked the principal to rescind the order. The Chief Minister also said issues raised by the doctors are being looked into.
There was an advisory issued by the Central Medical College, which was protested by the students. They found it to be...
that advisory has been withdrawn in the morning.
And in the state, the students have also raised certain issues in terms of women's safety.
It is okay, but that advisory was not warranted. Yesterday I talked to the principal, they have withdrawn it.
There are areas which are not properly lit, so the routes from hostel to hospital are not properly lit. So we want functioning street lights in every corner, so that the darkness is not there. Secondly, we want installation of more CCTV cameras, especially in the main gate area, then in the emergency ward, then MCH building and all the ICU wards. And thirdly, we want more security guards to be on duty. There should be shift wise and male female both guards should be there. So along with that, there is a list of other grievances like proper washroom facilities not accessible by staff members.
With that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है. म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट. हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है. हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं.
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, Watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mamata Banerjee, Chief Minister of West Bengal, is speaking at this moment. Remember, she has been in the firing line of the opposition regarding the Kolkata doctor's rape and murder. Let's listen in to what the Chief Minister is saying.
সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট আমাদের এটা শেয়ার করতে ডেটাটা, এখন সেটা শেয়ার করে না, ফলে আমরা জানতে পারি না বিদেশ থেকে প্লেনে কে আসছে আর কে না আসছে। যদি আমরা জানতাম আমরা আগে থেকেই কেয়ার নিতে পারতাম। আমাদের আফসোস যে আমরা জানি না। পলিটিক্যাল কথা বলবেন, যে ধরেছে তারাও কিন্তু বাংলাদেশেরই, সুতরাং এই ঘটনাটা কিন্তু আমাদের পুলিশই ধরেছে।
So, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee there talking about the RG Kaur hospital case, the case of the doctor's rape and murder, and essentially saying the first point she's making is that the accused had in fact been arrested by the Bengal police and not the CBI. That is the first clarification that she is putting out.
যা ইচ্ছে করে যান, কিন্তু কোনো মৃত্যুকে নিয়ে এই ভয়াবহ রাজনীতির খেলা খেলবেন না। আজকে আত্মার প্রতি শান্তি জানান, পরিবারের প্রতি সমবেদনা জানান।
Mamata Banerjee also pointing out that that there should not be any politics over this entire case. She is in fact going on highlighting that if people want to express their sympathy or express their concerns about the issues of safety, that is fine. But then making any sort of a political comments at this point in time is not the right step to take.
কি ব্যবস্থা নিয়েছিলেন বিজেপি গভর্নমেন্ট, কি করেছিলেন সিপিএম এর বন্ধুরা? আমরা তো টিম পাঠিয়েছিলাম। জিজ্ঞেস করুন হাতরাসে যে মেয়েটি ধর্ষিতা হয়েছিল।
Mamata Banerjee also talking about several other cases related to women's safety. She is in fact talking about the Hathras case in Uttar Pradesh, essentially pointing out that how did the BJP government handle that particular case, in a way saying that politics can play out when it comes to other such cases as well. And that the BJP government or the BJP is no one to actually point out any or make any statements as far as women's safety is concerned.
আমি সিপিএম কে জিজ্ঞেস করব, মনে পড়ে বানতলায় ডক্টর অনিতা দেওয়ানের কথা, যাকে গণধর্ষণ করে হত্যা করা হয়েছিল?
In fact, Mamata Banerjee is not just talking about the BJP, but also referring to a case related to which took place when the left government, when the left was in power in Bengal, and commenting on a case from Kolkata, which was also a very shocking rape case at that point in time, and in fact, in a way, reminding the left how they had also been criticized in the way that case was dealt with.
Right, the Chief Minister there defending her government's response, saying that she did not force, or the government did not force any cremation of the doctor, but it was the family's wishes, and also in fact defending herself from the attacks which have been made by the opposition. Moving on now, a new long-range glide bomb called Gaurav, developed by the Defence Research and Development Organization in conjunction with the partners including Adani Defence and Aerospace, has successfully hit a target more than 100 kilometers away after being dropped from an Indian Air Force fighter jet. Why could this be a game changer for the Indian Air Force? Vishnu Shom has more details.
Well, let me explain what this is all about. Now, this is the Gaurav glide bomb. It's been successfully tested, a series of tests on the ground, captive tests as they're known, and then finally the weapon has been launched successfully. It struck a target more than 100 kilometers away. This is a one-ton bomb. It's been developed by the Defence Research and Development Organization along with Adani Defence and Aerospace. Let me give you a few more details of what this is all about and why it's significant. Firstly, the test that actually took place was of the glide bomb, which was dropped from a Sukhoi 30 fighter jet, as you can see. It then went on for a range of approximately 100 kilometers, hitting a target with pinpoint precision. Remember, this is a bomb. It's not a missile. It doesn't have a motor of its own. It relies on aerodynamics. It relies on its winglets. It relies on the trajectory at which it was dropped. And it relies extensively on inertial navigation. I'll talk more about that in a moment. The bomb is important for India for a variety of reasons. It's a one-ton bomb. It can carry a variety of warheads. It can be used in a mission like what the Balakot mission was all about, when India struck Pakistani terror camps deep inside Pakistan. On that occasion, spice bombs made by Israel were used. Over here, we can actually use one of these weapons. It can hit a variety of targets, including hardened structures, which can be destroyed. Let's give you a few more details of this. How does it actually work? Well, it relies on pinpoint accuracy. How does it do that? It's got very advanced navigation systems on board, a mix of global positioning systems and inertial navigation systems, which actually ensure that it gets to the right target and strikes it with accuracy. So, and that's what I was talking about, the navigation system. It's been under development for a while. It's been developed by the DRDO. But the key point over here is that with this test, India is now in a position to actually manufacture this. So the DRDO and Adani Defence have completed the trials, and the next stage, of course, would be when this is inducted in numbers, which is why the key point, like in so many other defence issues, serial production of weapon systems can begin when there are significant orders which come in. But at this stage, this weapon has been proven to be successful. It is something which can enhance the firepower of the Indian Air Force greatly.
Thank you so much, Vishnu, for joining us with all those details. All right, that's all the time that we have in this edition. News and updates will continue on NDTV. Thank you so much for being with us.
साफ हाथ साफ तन साफ तन तो साफ मन साफ है जो तन जो मन बढ़ता जाएगा वतन
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. India is all set to celebrate its 78th Independence Day tomorrow. President Draupadi Murmu is all set to address the nation in a short while from now. We'll take you there, but first, the headlines. CBI intensifies probe in Kolkata rape and murder case. CBI forensic team visits the hospital. Doctors' protest continues. Kolkata police has clarified we didn't call it a suicide. CBI, in fact, has begun its probe in the Kolkata rape and murder case. It has taken the accused for medical examination. It has also visited the crime scene at the RG Kar hospital. Meanwhile, Kolkata cops have clarified that they did not call it a suicide. Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, has spoken now, and she said that there's a smear campaign against her on social media. Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition and also Congress leader, has put Mamata Banerjee's government in dock here. Rahul Gandhi has said that effort is on to protect the accused. BJP has demanded the Bengal Chief Minister's resignation. BJP has also said that Mamata Banerjee delayed the investigation. After Rahul Gandhi and BJP have put Mamata Banerjee in dock, the Bengal Chief Minister has hit back and said that there's a smear campaign against her on social media. Under pressure and amidst backlash, Assam government has withdrawn the circular of government hospital which put the onus of safety on women doctors. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has spoken exclusively to NDTV. He has said that safety issues raised by doctors will be looked into. The President of India, President Draupadi Murmu, is all set to address the nation. Remember, India is all set to celebrate its 78th Independence Day tomorrow. Let's listen in to what the President has to say.
साथ अपने इस महान देश का हिस्सा होने की हमारी खुशी को अभिव्यक्त करता है। जिस तरह हम अपने परिवार के साथ विभिन्न त्योहार मनाते हैं, उसी तरह हम अपने स्वतंत्रता दिवस और गणतंत्र दिवस को भी अपने उस परिवार के साथ मनाते हैं जिसके सदस्य हमारे सभी देशवासी हैं। 15 अगस्त के दिन देश विदेश में सभी भारतीय ध्वजारोहण समारोह में भाग लेते हैं, देशभक्ति के गीत गाते हैं और मिठाइयाँ बांटते हैं। बच्चे सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम में भाग लेते हैं। जब हम बच्चों को अपने महान राष्ट्र तथा भारतीय होने के गौरव के बारे में बातें करते हुए सुनते हैं, तो उनके उद्गारों में हमें महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों की भावनाओं की प्रतिध्वनि सुनाई देती है। हमें ये अनुभव होता है कि हम उस परंपरा का हिस्सा है जो स्वाधीनता सेनानियों के सपनों और उन भावी पीढ़ियों की आकांक्षाओं को एक कड़ी में पिरोते हैं, जो आने वाली वर्षों में हमारे राष्ट्र को अपना संपूर्ण गौरव पुनः प्राप्त करते हुए देखेंगे। इतिहास की इस श्रृंखला की एक कड़ी होने का बोध हमारे अंदर विनम्रता का संचार करता है। ये बोध हमें उन दिनों की याद दिलाता है जब हमारा देश विदेशी शासन के अधीन था। राष्ट्रभक्ति और वीरता से ओतप्रोत देश प्रेमियों ने अनेक जोखिम उठाए और सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिए। हम उनकी पावन स्मृति को नमन करते हैं। उनके अथक प्रयासों के बल पर भारत की आत्मा सदियों की नींद से जाग उठी। अंतर्धारा के रूप में सदैव विद्यमान रही हमारी विभिन्न परंपराओं और मूल्यों को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हमारे महान स्वाधीनता सेनानियों ने नई अभिव्यक्ति प्रदान की। मार्गदर्शक नक्षत्र की तरह राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी ने स्वाधीनता संग्राम की विभिन्न परंपराओं और उनकी विविध अभिव्यक्तियों को एकजुट किया। साथ ही सरदार पटेल, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस और बाबा साहेब आम्बेडकर तथा भगत सिंह और चंद्रशेखर आजाद जैसे अनेक महान जननायक भी सक्रिय थे। ये एक राष्ट्रव्यापी आंदोलन था जिसमें सभी समुदायों ने भाग लिया। आदिवासियों में तिलका माझी, बिरसा मुंडा, लक्ष्मण नायक और फूलो जानो जैसे कई अन्य लोग थे जिनके बलिदान की अब सराहना हो रही है। हमने भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती को जनजातीय गौरव दिवस के रूप में मनाना शुरू किया है। अगले वर्ष उनकी 150वीं जयंती का उत्सव राष्ट्रीय पुनर्जागरण में उनके योगदान को और अधिक गहराई से सम्मान देने का अवसर होगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज 14 अगस्त को हमारे देश विभाजन विभीषिका स्मृति दिवस मना रहा है। ये विभाजन की भयावहता को याद करने का दिन है। जब हमारे महान राष्ट्रों का विभाजन हुआ तो लाखों लोगों को मजबूरन पलायन करना पड़ा। लाखों लोगों को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी। स्वतंत्रता दिवस मनाने से एक दिन पहले हम उस अभूतपूर्व मानवीय त्रासदी को याद करते हैं और उन परिवारों के साथ एकजुट होकर खड़े होते हैं जो छिन्न भिन्न कर दिए गए थे। हम अपने संविधान की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। हमारी नवस्वाधीन राष्ट्र की यात्रा में गंभीर बाधाएं आई है। न्याय, समानता, स्वतंत्रता और बंधुता के संवैधानिक आदर्शों पर दृढ़ रहते हुए हम इस अभियान के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं कि भारत विश्व पटल पर अपना गौरवशाली स्थान पुनः प्राप्त करे। इस वर्ष हमारे देश में आम चुनाव हुए। कुल मतदाताओं की संख्या लगभग 97 करोड़ थी, जो एक ऐतिहासिक कीर्तिमान है। मानव समुदाय इतिहास की सबसे बड़ी चुनाव प्रक्रिया का साक्षी बने। इस तरह के विशाल आयोजन के सुचारू और त्रुटि रहित संचालन के लिए भारत का निर्वाचन आयोग बधाई के योग्य है। मैं उन सभी कर्मचारियों और सुरक्षा कर्मियों का आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ जिन्होंने भीषण गर्मी का सामना करते हुए मतदाताओं की मदद की। इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोगों द्वारा मताधिकार का प्रयोग करना वस्तुतः लोकतंत्र की विचारधारा का प्रबल समर्थन है। भारत द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक चुनाव आयोजित करने से पूरे विश्व में लोकतांत्रिक शक्तियों को ताकत मिलती है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, वर्ष 2021 से वर्ष 2024 के बीच 8% की औसत वार्षिक वृद्धि दर हासिल करके भारत सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में शामिल है। इससे न केवल देशवासियों के हाथों में अधिक पैसा आया है, बल्कि गरीबी रेखा से नीचे रहने वाले लोगों की संख्या में भी भारी कमी आई है। जो लोग अभी भी गरीबी से पीड़ित है, उनकी सहायता करने के साथ साथ उन्हें गरीबी से बाहर निकालने के लिए भी सभी प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। उदाहरण के लिए कोविड-19 के शुरुआती चरण में आरंभ की गई पीएम गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना के तहत लगभग 80 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त राशन दिया जा रहा है, जो ये भी सुनिश्चित करते हैं कि जो लोग हाल ही में गरीबी से बाहर आए हैं उन्हें पुनः गरीबी में जाने से रोका जा सके। ये हम सभी के लिए गर्व की बात है कि भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन गए हैं और हम शीघ्र ही विश्व की 3 शीर्षस्थ अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में स्थान प्राप्त करने के लिए तैयार है। ये सफलता किसानों और श्रमिकों की अथक मेहनत, नीति निर्माताओं और उद्यमियों की दूरगामी सोच तथा देश के दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व के बल पर ही संभव हो सके है। हमारे अन्नदाता किसानों ने उम्मीदों से बेहतर कृषि उत्पादन सुनिश्चित किया है। ऐसा करके उन्होंने भारत को कृषि क्षेत्रों में आत्मनिर्भर बनाने और हमारे देशवासियों को भोजन उपलब्ध कराने में अमूल्य योगदान दिया है। हाल के वर्षों में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को काफी बढ़ावा मिला है। सुविचारित योजनाओं एवं प्रभावी कार्यान्वयन ने सड़कों और राजमार्गों, रेलवे और बंदरगाहों का जाल बिछाने में मदद की है। भावी प्रौद्योगिकी की अद्भुत क्षमता को ध्यान में रखते हुए सरकार ने सेमीकंडक्टर और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जैसे कई क्षेत्रों को बढ़ावा देने पर विशेष बल दिया है। साथ ही स्टार्टअप्स के लिए एक आदर्श इकोसिस्टम भी बनाया है, जिससे उनके विकास को गति मिलेगी। इससे निवेशकों में भारत के प्रति आकर्षण और अधिक बढ़ गया है। बढ़ती हुई पारदर्शिता के साथ बैंकिंग और वित्तीय क्षेत्रों की कार्यकुशलता में वृद्धि हुई है। इन सभी बदलावों में अगले दौर के आर्थिक सुधारों और आर्थिक विकास के लिए मंच तैयार कर दिया है, जहां से भारत विकसित देशों की श्रेणी में शामिल हो जाएगा। तेज गति से हो रही न्यायपरक प्रगति के बल पर वैश्विक परिदृश्यों में भारत का कद ऊंचा हुआ है। G20 की अपनी अध्यक्षता के सफलतापूर्वक संपन्न होने के बाद भारत में ग्लोबल साउथ को मुखर अभिव्यक्ति देने वाले देश के रूप में अपनी भूमिका को मजबूत बनाया है। भारत अपनी प्रभावशाली स्थिति का उपयोग विश्व शांति और समृद्धि के विस्तार हेतु करना चाहता है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमें संविधान निर्माता डॉक्टर B.R. अम्बेडकर के शब्दों को भी सदैव याद रखना चाहिए। उन्होंने ठीक ही कहा था और मैं उन्हें उद्धृत करती हूँ। हमें अपने राजनीतिक लोकतंत्र को सामाजिक लोकतंत्र भी बनाना चाहिए। राजनीतिक लोकतंत्र तब तक नहीं टिक सकता जब तक कि उसके आधार में सामाजिक लोकतंत्र ना हो। राजनीतिक लोकतंत्र की निरंतर प्रगति से सामाजिक लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने की दिशा में की गई प्रगति की पुष्टि होती है। समावेशी भावना हमारे सामाजिक जीवन के हर पहलू में दिखाई देती है। अपनी विविधताओं और बहुलताओं के साथ हम एक राष्ट्र के रूप में एकजुट होकर एक साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। समावेश के साधन के रूप में अफर्मेटिव एक्शन को मजबूत किया जाना चाहिए। मैं दृढ़ता के साथ ये मानती हूँ कि भारत जैसे विशाल देश में कथित सामाजिक स्तरों के आधार पर कलहों को बढ़ावा देने वाले प्रवृत्तियों को खारिज करना होगा। सामाजिक न्याय सरकार की सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। सरकार ने अनुसूचित जातियों, अनुसूचित जनजातियों और समाज के अन्य हाशियों के वर्गों के कल्याण के लिए अनेक अभूतपूर्व कदम उठाए हैं। उदाहरण के लिए प्रधानमंत्री सामाजिक उत्थान एवं रोजगार आधारित जनकल्याण यानी PM सूरज का उद्देश्य हाशिए पर के लोगों को सीधे वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान करना है। प्रधानमंत्री जनजातीय आदिवासी न्याय महाअभियान यानी PM जनमन ने एक जन अभियान का रूप ले लिया है। इसके तहत विशेष रूप से कमजोर जनजातीय समूह यानी PVTG की सामाजिक आर्थिक स्थितियों में सुधार के लिए निर्णायक कदम उठाया जा रहा है। नेशनल एक्शन फॉर मैकेनाइज्ड सैनिटेशन इकोसिस्टम यानी नमस्ते योजना के तहत यही सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा कि किसी भी सफाई कर्मचारी को सीवर और सेप्टिक टैंक की सफाई के जख्म भरे काम को हाथों से नहीं करना पड़ेगा। न्याय शब्दों के सबसे व्यापक अर्थ में अनेक सामाजिक आयाम सम्मानित हैं। उनमें से 2 आयामों पर मैं विशेष रूप से जोर देना चाहूंगी। वे आयाम हैं स्त्री पुरुष के बीच न्यायपूर्ण समानता तथा क्लाइमेट जस्टिस। हमारे समाज में महिलाओं को केवल समानता का ही नहीं बल्कि समानता से भी ऊपर का दर्जा दिया जाता है। हालांकि उन्हें परंपरागत पूर्वाग्रह का कष्ट भी झेलना पड़ा है, लेकिन मुझे ये जानकर खुशी होती है कि सरकार ने महिला कल्याण और महिला सशक्तिकरण को समान महत्व दिया है। पिछले दशक में इस उद्देश्य के लिए बजट प्रावधान में 3 गुना से अधिक की वृद्धि हुई है। श्रमबल में उनकी भागीदारी बढ़ी है। इस संदर्भ में जन्म के समय बेटियों के अनुपात में हुई उल्लेखनीय सुधार को सबसे उत्साहजनक विकास कहा जा सकता है। महिलाओं को केंद्र में रखते हुए सरकार द्वारा अनेक विशेष योजनाएं भी लागू की गई है। नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम का उद्देश्य महिलाओं का वास्तविक सशक्तिकरण सुनिश्चित करना है। जलवायु परिवर्तन एक यथार्थ का रूप ले चुका है। विकासशील देशों के लिए अपने आर्थिक प्रतिमानों को बदलना और भी अधिक चुनौतीपूर्ण है। फिर भी हमने उस दिशा में आशा से अधिक प्रगति की है। ग्लोबल वार्मिंग के सबसे गंभीर कुप्रभावों से पृथ्वी को बचाने के लिए मानव समुदाय द्वारा किए जा रहे संघर्षों में अग्रणी भूमिका निभाने पर भारत का गर्व है। मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि आप अपने जीवन शैली में छोटे छोटे किंतु प्रभावी बदलाव करें तथा जलवायु परिवर्तन की चुनौती का सामना करने में अपना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दें। न्याय के संदर्भ में मैं ये भी उल्लेख करना चाहती हूँ कि इस वर्ष जुलाई में भारतीय न्याय संहिता को लागू करने में हमने औपनिवेशिक युग के एक और अवशेष को हटा दिया है। नई संहिता का उद्देश्य केवल दंड देने की बजाय अपराध पीड़ितों के लिए न्याय सुनिश्चित करना है। मैं इस बदलाव को स्वाधीनता सेनानियों के प्रति श्रद्धांजलि के रूप में देखती हूँ। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज के युवा हमारी स्वतंत्रता की शताब्दी तक के अमृत काल को यानी आज से लगभग 1/4 सदी के कालखंड को स्वरूप प्रदान करेंगे। उनकी ऊर्जा और उत्साह के बल पर ही हमारा देश नई ऊंचाई तक पहुंचेगा। युवाओं के मनोमस्तिष्क को विकसित करना तथा परंपरा एवं समकालीन ज्ञान के सर्वश्रेष्ठ आयामों को ग्रहण करने वाले नई मानसिकता का निर्माण करना हमारी प्राथमिकता है। इस संदर्भ में वर्ष 2020 से लागू की गई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के परिणाम सामने आ रहे हैं। युवा प्रतिभा का समुचित उपयोग करने के लिए सरकार ने कौशल रोजगार तथा अन्य अवसरों को सुलभ बनाने के लिए पहल की है। रोजगार और कौशल के लिए प्रधानमंत्री की 5 योजनाओं के माध्यम से 5 वर्षों में 4 करोड़ 10 लाख युवाओं को लाभ मिलेगा। सरकार की एक नई पहल से 5 वर्षों में 1 करोड़ युवा अग्रणी कंपनियों में इंटर्नशिप करेंगे। ये सभी कदम विकसित भारत के निर्माण में आधारभूत योगदान देंगे। भारत में हम विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी को ज्ञान की खोज के साथ साथ मानवीयता पूर्ण प्रगति के साधन के रूप में देखते हैं। उदाहरण के लिए डिजिटल एप्लीकेशन के क्षेत्र में हमारी उपलब्धियों का उपयोग अन्य देशों में टेम्पलेट के रूप में किया जा रहा है। हाल के वर्षों में भारत ने अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान के क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व प्रगति की है। आप सभी के साथ में भी अगले साल होने वाले गगनयान मिशन के शुभारंभ की उत्सुकता से प्रतीक्षा कर रही हूँ। इस मिशन के तहत भारत के पहले मानव अंतरिक्ष यान में भारतीय अंतरिक्ष टीम को अंतरिक्ष में ले जाया जाएगा। खेल के जगत भी एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जिसमें हमारे देश ने पिछले दशक में बहुत प्रगति की है। सरकार ने खेल के बुनियादी ढांचे के विकास को समुचित प्राथमिकता दी है और इसके परिणाम सामने आ रहे हैं। हाल ही में संपन्न पेरिस ओलंपिक खेलों में भारतीय दल ने अपना उत्कृष्ट प्रयास किया। मैं खिलाड़ियों की निष्ठा और परिश्रम की सराहना करती हूँ। उन्होंने युवाओं में प्रेरणा का संचार किया है। क्रिकेट में भारत ने T20 विश्व कप जीता, जिससे बड़ी संख्या में क्रिकेट प्रेमी आनंदित हुए। शतरंज में विलक्षण प्रतिभा वाले युवा खिलाड़ियों ने देश को गौरवान्वित किया है। इसे शतरंज में भारतीय युग का आरंभ माना जा रहा है। बैडमिंटन, टेनिस और अन्य खेलों में हमारे युवा खिलाड़ी विश्व मंच पर अपनी पहचान बना रहे हैं। उनकी उपलब्धियों ने अगले पीढ़ी को भी प्रेरित किया है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, पूरा देश स्वतंत्रता दिवस मनाने के लिए तत्पर है। इस उल्लासपूर्ण अवसर पर मैं आप सबको एक बार फिर बधाई देती हूँ। मैं सेनाओं के उन बहादुर जवानों को विशेष बधाई देती हूँ जो अपनी जान का जोखिम उठाते हुए भी हमारे स्वतंत्रता की रक्षा करते हैं। मैं पुलिस और सुरक्षा बलों के कर्मियों को बधाई देती हूँ जो पूरे देश में सतर्कता बनाए रखते हैं। मैं न्यायपालिका और सिविल सेवाओं के सदस्यों के साथ साथ विदेशों में नियुक्त हमारे दूतावासों के कर्मियों को भी अपनी शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। हमारे प्रवासी समुदाय को भी मेरी शुभकामनाएं। आप सब हमारे परिवार का हिस्सा है। आपने अपनी उपलब्धियों से हमें गौरवान्वित किया है। आप सब विदेशों में भारत की संस्कृति और विरासत का गर्व के साथ प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। एक बार फिर मेरी ओर से सभी को स्वाधीनता दिवस की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत। My dear fellow citizens, I extend to you all my heartiest Independence Day greetings. I am delighted to see the nation prepared to celebrate the 78th Independence Day, witnessing the tricolor unfurled on this occasion, be it at the Red Fort, at state capital, or in local neighborhoods, always thrills our hearts. It is an expression of the joy of being part of our great nation along with more than 1.4 billion fellow Indians.
To some breaking news now. Jammu and Kashmir High Court has overturned the charge sheets filed by the ED against National Conference President and former Chief Minister of J&K Farooq Abdullah and several others in connection with the Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association case. The court's decision quashed the ED's charges, which had been part of an investigation into financial irregularities within the JKCA. Earlier in February, if you remember, this year, the ED had issued a fresh set of summons to Abdullah for questioning in the money laundering case pertaining to Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association. I have my colleague Nazir with more details on this story. Nazir, tell us the significance of the ruling today and also what is this case all about?
Well, this case is all about, alleged embezzlement in the Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association, where several crores were allegedly embezzled, or there were irregularities, financial irregularities, way back in 2012. Then case was handed over to the CBI. First, it was investigated by J&K police, then the CBI. CBI filed a charge sheet. Then Enforcement Directorate came in, and they also investigated the case. They questioned Farooq Abdullah several times because Farooq Abdullah was the president of Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association when this alleged embezzlement of funds had taken place. Now, as ED has filed charge sheet and made Farooq Abdullah accused, they have challenged it before the Jammu and Kashmir High Court. Today, J&K High Court, they have reserved, actually, High Court had reserved this judgment on August 7. Today pronounced its verdict, quashing the ED charge sheet against Farooq Abdullah and other accused who were office bearers of the J&K Cricket Association. What it means, something which happening before the possible assembly election next month, Election Commission is expected to announce polling dates in next 1 week. So there could not have been a better news for National Constable Farooq Abdullah than this High Court caution. The ED charge sheet, Enforcement Directorate charge sheet against Farooq Abdullah in connection with the alleged money laundering case. So it is a big boost for the party, and Farooq Abdullah, who was questioned by ED several times, sometimes he skipped the questioning also, has been always alleging that it is a political witch hunting. He is being harassed. In fact, his property, including a residential house in Jammu, was also attached by the ED during their investigation. But finally, we see Jammu and Kashmir High Court quash the charge sheet and say no case is made out against the individuals who have been charge sheeted.
Right. Thank you, Nazir, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other big story of today, Kolkata horror case, the horrific case of the rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor who was working at the state-owned RG Kar hospital. The CBI has finally begun probe into this episode. CBI has taken the accused in custody. The forensic team has in fact visited the hospital and it has also spoken to people there. This is regarding the horrific rape and murder of a Kolkata doctor that has resonated with doctors across the country. In fact, there are protests across the country that took place. There is an overnight protest that is going to take place in the city of Kolkata today, with women walking in the city demanding freedom and demanding justice. CBI team, in fact, is at the RG Kar hospital. CBI has taken the accused for medical examination. The CBI's forensic team is at the hospital, and CBI has also taken into custody the accused. This is the CBI's probe into Kolkata's rape murder case. This was a probe that was ordered by the Calcutta High Court yesterday. In fact, the politics over this episode has also intensified, with Congress leader and leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi putting Mamata Banerjee's government in dock. Rahul Gandhi has slammed TMC and Mamata Banerjee's government, saying that there are efforts on to protect the accused. Mamata Banerjee, in fact, has hit back now, saying that there's a smear campaign against her that is being run by the BJP and the CPM. In fact, she's also announced a protest condemning this alleged smear campaign, calling it Ram Bam. In fact, Rahul Gandhi also said that there is an effort that is on to protect the accused. He said that this was a major lapse by the hospital. The hospital is government owned, it's state government owned. It's called RG Kar Hospital, and there was a rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor, which also led to protests across the country by several doctors. The local administration is in dock there. BJP has demanded the Bengal Chief Minister's resignation. BJP has also accused Mamata Banerjee's government for delaying the investigation.
इसमें ये जो डिले हुआ है, इसमें मुझे लगा कि मुख्यमंत्री जी का कोशिश था कि पुलिस के द्वारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन को डिले कराया जाए। तो मुझे लगता है ये टाइम किल करने की कोशिश की गई, और मुझे डाउट है कि सीबीआई के पास कितना प्रूफ जो पुलिस ने गैदर किया था उसका कितना हिस्सा पहुंचा है और पहुंचेगा भी।
पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार ममता बनर्जी के आदेश पर क्या कर रही थी? सबसे पहले, कोई भी जघन्य अपराध होता है जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं हीनस क्राइम, तो उसमें एफआईआर होना यह अनिवार्य है। यह हमारे देश का कानून कहता है। पूरे इस मामले को रफा दफा करने की साजिश ममता बनर्जी ने ही रची।
Now, in the midst of politics intensifying over the rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in Kolkata, Kolkata cops have come forward and clarified, and they've said that it was not the Kolkata police that called it a suicide. Kolkata cops have said that it was family that confirmed that the cops had not called her, and in fact, it was not Kolkata police that had cremated the victim's body. The family did that. This is what Kolkata police has said on X today. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality.
Hello and welcome to this very special conversation that we'll be having with one of the foremost thinkers on AI. Now, as world witnesses multiple conflicts and turmoil from Russia to Ukraine to Israel, Iran, and of course the latest that's happening in Bangladesh. It's the role of technology in stoking these fault lines that is now coming to fore. Now, what does this mean for the future? What does this mean for conflicts going forward, especially since AI is now all pervasive? To discuss this and more, Professor Nick Bostrom joins us live on the show. Professor Bostrom, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking to NDTV. So my first question to you, that are we underestimating the impact that AI can have or is having when it comes to stoking some of these fault lines around the world?
I think sort of social media technology that we've had for a while is now an important shaper of public opinion and political dynamics around the world. I think AI still is in the early innings here. It hasn't yet had a huge impact on these political dynamics, other than insofar as it fuels these social platforms with content filtering and recommendation engines.
All right. But going forward, how do you see AI impacting the way wars will be fought? And will it make every conflict deadly, maybe asymmetrical, given that there's now going to be AI in play?
The biggest impacts of AI still lie ahead of us. And AI is not a static thing. increasing in capabilities month by month. In war, I think we will see early applications with autonomous drones. So right now you have in Ukraine a lot of drones flying around, but they're operated by some human who is steering them. I think the next generation of drone warfare will have autonomous drones that have the ability to recognize and engage targets, even without a radio link to a human operator. I think AI will also have huge applications in surveillance for domestic control, and where the applications could be positive for law enforcement, but also huge applications in totalitarian context, where you will be able to do much more fine-grained screening of what people's political opinions are, and then sort of deliver customized messages or fine-tune the sort of public discourse using AI tools.
Professor Bostrom, you've been at the forefront of writing about the risks that humanity faces from AI. You've been saying that for over a decade. Now, as AI gets more mainstream, do you think these risks have now exacerbated?
I think so far the benefits far outweigh the risks with the kinds of AI we have today. The real risks, to my mind, lie ahead when we develop AI systems that begin to fully match the generality of human capacities, that become capable of long-term planning. And then eventually when we develop super intelligent artificial intelligences. At that point, I think we are dealing not just with another cool technology, like another, internet or another cloud or mobile internet and stuff like that, but it's really a fundamental game changer, something more akin to the rise of the human species in the first place. And there are major technical challenges in figuring out how to develop scalable methods for AI alignment, such that we will be able to make sure that when we build these systems that ultimately become smarter than any human, that we can still steer them so that they are actually like helping to promote human welfare and don't become an antagonistic force.
Okay, now how does this impact countries like India, where we have a very large workforce? We need to create jobs, so we cannot have all jobs being automated by AI, but how do you see the impact on India?
AI is moving so fast that it's really hard to know what the future will look like even 5 years ahead. What we've seen so far is AI having an impact slightly different from earlier technological advances. Traditionally, it has often been manual work that has been the first to be automated, right? With tractors and various agricultural machines and robots in factories. The current generation of AI actually has its most applications with white-collar work. So simple research assistant tasks, for example. You can now use these large language models to do a pretty good job at many of those tasks. I think maybe call centers will be like another imminent era of automation. But then from there, it will broaden out. And I think eventually, my view is ultimately all human jobs will become automatable. One thing I would say for a country like India is that if AI really is going to be this prime driver of the future, you'd want to have some domestic capacity, some data centers on Indian soil running these, able to run and train these large AI systems, the expertise, some of the supply chain. I think it will increasingly become not just an economic factor, but also a factor for geopolitical influence, the degree to which a country is kind of participating in this AI revolution.
And since AI is not really a single country issue, do you think global regulation is the best way that governments don't fall behind the tech curve?
I think ultimately it will require global approaches. I don't think that's a solution to the speed problem, because if anything, global processes are even slower than national governmental processes. But it is true that ultimately, if we are building artificial general intelligence and even more super intelligence, that's something that concerns all of humanity. If there are risks associated with this transition, all humans around the globe will be exposed to those risks. And it seems only fair then that if things go well, everybody should also have some slice of the upside. And it will be very important to avoid, as far as possible, arms races using AI technologies or competitive technology races that are so intense that anybody who takes any extra precautions or who focuses on safety just immediately falls behind the frontier. That would be the way to maximize risk, and we will need a more sort of harmonious and cooperative, I think, international approach to this to have the best chances of a good future.
What about super intelligence? Is it a bad thing, especially because it seems like it could solve everything from climate change to major diseases?
Well, I wish I knew. I think if both are real possibilities, given our current state of limited knowledge, I think if things go well, it could be not just a good thing, but the best thing that we have ever done. In as much as artificial general intelligence is not just a solution to a specific problem, it's like a general capability of solving a huge range of different problems. So you mentioned the climate, yeah, is one area. Another is medicine, where there's like so many horrible diseases and causes of suffering that we don't currently know how to prevent. But if you had super intelligent medical researchers who could develop new cures and then customize that for the individual patients, huge applications. Also just for general economic growth. When we're talking about automation, we often focus on, well, then these people will be unemployed, but it also means that there is a lot more wealth generated. The government could, earn greater revenues through taxes. People, the prices of goods would come down, and it could really fuel enormous wealth creation as well. And in many other areas also, entertainment, science, the applications are so manifold that if we get this right, it really could be the best thing that ever happened to humanity.
Right, let's see how that pans out. But in the immediate, when you talk about the times that we live in, whether it's the Russia-Ukraine war, whether it's the almost certain Israel-Iran conflict that is going to escalate, how do you see that impacting the present and the future as far as AI and its implications and apps are concerned?
I think it's certainly interesting times that we are living in. I feel that we are in a transitional era, that the current state is not going to necessarily last that much longer. Now, whether what comes after that will be better or worse is very hard to tell. But I do think that the current human condition, as we know it, is likely not to last for that much longer. I think kids growing up today will not die in the same kind of world that we are currently seeing. Like, I think the AI transition is only one, but the major thing that I think will create, like, maybe upend the game board in various ways. So it's really exciting and interesting and fascinating and a bit scary as well, but exciting to be alive at this moment and witness this fundamental transformation unfolding.
All right, Professor Bostrom, thanks so much for taking out the time and speaking to NDTV on how AI can change our present and most certainly our future. Thanks so much for that big exclusive interview. And with that, I hand it back to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal to take you through some of the other big stories that we are tracking this hour.
Well, thank you, Gauri. I really like this insight that Professor gave, specifically that everything is in a state of transition, but of course there's a transformation happening, which is what we need to be really aware of. Thank you so much. Over to another big story today. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh convened an important meeting today on the rising terror-related incidents in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, an army officer was killed in a gunfight that broke out between security forces and terrorists in Jammu Kashmir's Doda district on Wednesday. A terrorist was also shot down by the security forces. Remember, in recent months, Jammu and Kashmir has seen an increase in terror attacks, specifically Jammu, including an assault on an army convoy in Kathua and skirmishes in Doda and also Udhampur. This has been a cause of concern. Security forces across Jammu and Kashmir have been placed on high alert ahead of Independence Day. Remember, India celebrates its 78th Independence Day tomorrow. This is being done to ensure public safety. Now, this comes even as the Election Commission opposition is holding consultations with central government officials to assess the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of scheduling assembly polls in the Union Territory, besides discussing the possible challenges and concerns as well as the availability of security forces. Remember, the ECI has indicated its intent to hold J&K polls within the September 30th deadline set by the Supreme Court by announcing the special summary revision of electoral polls and other poll-bound states in June. An EC team recently visited J&K last week to assess the poll preparedness and now has also set up this customary meeting with MHA to discuss what can be the probable security arrangements. That brings us to the point that we want to discuss today. The task is clearly cut out for the centre. On one hand, it needs to further its efforts to deal with militancy, while on the other, it also needs to kick off political processes, starting with the elections. Joining me now is SP Ved, who is former DGP J&K. We have RP Singh, spokesperson of the BJP, and Advocate Ifra Jan, who's a spokesperson of NC. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me on this show. To you, Mr. Ved, first, why is there a disproportionate loss of officer and Jawan casualties in encounters south of Pir Panjal? Is this a basic failure of intelligence at multiple levels?
No, I don't think it is failure of intelligence. Basically, you know what has happened, that a group of highly trained terrorists have managed to enter inside Jammu region particularly, but Jammu and Kashmir overall. But they have managed to enter in last few months from LOC and the IB sector of Jammu region, and they are basically highly trained in jungle warfare, mountain warfare, and they are doing all these attacks after a lot of surveillance on the army's movement, after a lot of recce of the army's movement or security forces movement, and they are armed with the American M4 carbine, which they had left in Afghanistan. So that gives them a huge advantage, both in terms of terrain and with these weapons, which are equipped with night vision device, equipped with sniper capability. You know, they can hit from 500, 600 meters. And precisely, and they are that's what they are doing. They are aiming at the leader of the force. So you see more loss of officers. Yes. Today also we lost a captain, young captain. Earlier attack in Assar. Today it was Assar. Earlier another attack in Doda district. The army, another captain was shot. So this is what they are doing to demoralize J&K, the forces, particularly the army. Right. And that is what is giving them advantage. And I think the leadership has to find an answer to this.
Absolutely. Let me ask this to RP Singh, somebody who has actually tracked Jammu and Kashmir very closely. Mr. Singh, you know, a spurt in militant attacks in Jammu and Kashmir clearly has cast a shadow, not just on the upcoming assembly elections, but generally even on the Amarnath Yatra and other things. What do you think really changed? Because many areas in J&K that have been peaceful till now are also witnessing an uptick in attacks.
Well, Vasudha, there is a situation controlled in Kashmir. The focus has shifted from Kashmir to Jammu now. Jammu being a border which has close to Punjab also, sir will accept that there is infiltration from Punjab side also. There is arms supply from the Punjab side also. Through drones there are supplies from that side of the border also. Plus, as DGP sirs are saying that there is a problem because of this new infiltration. And since they have the sniper rifles and they have the advanced equipment, so they target our individual host people, and then they target our captains or our people who are star people. So that's how they are working on. But soon, Government of India, along with the army, will find a solution to it. And I strongly feel that is a game plan of the West also to ensure that this region stays destabilized. They have done so in Bangladesh, and now they want to start this in this part of the world. this part of our part of the country.
Right.
So we'll ensure that they don't succeed in this.
Right.
And then yes, their targets, they change their policy on the way they operate also. And also they have shifted their focus from Kashmir to Jammu. And yes, the election is in the election is coming soon. And then for them, if there's an election which happens and peaceful election happens,
right.
So they don't want.
Okay, let me take this question to Ifra. Ifra, I really found one of your tweets very interesting when you said that elections cannot be delayed in the name of consensus building. I know that the opposition has been quite suspect of the centre's intentions when it comes to holding elections, but there's an ECI team that has gone there, that has talked to parties, and now it's also meeting MHA officials. So clearly there seems to be some attempt to address the Supreme Court's deadline of September 30th. Why do you think that the centre is not really very serious about holding elections?
You see, if the centre was very serious about holding elections, the elections wouldn't have come after the Supreme Court, in a way, left no option with the centre when it gave the 370 order. So that is one thing. The centre is not keen on holding the election because the centre knows that what they've done in Jammu and Kashmir after the abrogation of 370, they are not winning any seats. In fact, this was something which was very clear after we saw in Kashmir Valley, the BJP did not even field any candidates. In Ladakh, where they actually won the 2019 election seat, they came third this year, not even second. And we have seen that we have thousands of people coming out on the roads in Ladakh. In Jammu and Kashmir, they've almost ensured that no protests, even peaceful protests, take place. So the elections are not happening simply because the BJP government knows that it will not come to power and it will not be voted to power anymore. But what they're doing, the tactics that they're using, for example, they send the election commission to Jammu and Kashmir, and the election commission then is supposed to hold talks with one party, another party. Of course, National Conference very clearly said, they put forth the demand saying that the people of Jammu and Kashmir want elections. But let's assume for a second, what if the political parties would have said, we don't want elections? What if the administration would have said, we don't want elections? When is it that in our country that is known in the entire global south for being such a robust democracy, since when is it that we actually start making consensus, we start building consensus to hold a process of elections, which is something that should be held according to the constitution every 5 years? Right. Since when is it that you now need an accent, you now need the administration to say, yes, kar dijiye election. Okay. Isn't this something that should happen every 5 years automatically on its own? To me and to political parties like National Conference, we find this entire process very dangerous. Absolutely. Not just for Jammu and Kashmir, but also
would you
for
like
India.
to respond to that
because
before I go to Mr. Vaid for the last word?
Because what happens here in Jammu and Kashmir eventually happens in the rest of the country. So we would also want to remind our fellow countrymen and women that what's happening here will also knock at your doors.
Mr. Arti Singh, would you like to respond to that? Because this is a serious charge that the government is already serious about hosting elections because, despite you sending the ECI, how are you going to play this balancing act between ensuring that security is in place and also the political process is kick-started?
Well, there was a long period when there was no election in Kashmir. And it was not the first time. It has happened many times earlier also. Where fair time, the elections were not held, I remember, for years together. So it's not issue is the security of the people is the utmost. And also, along with that, yes, the electoral process will start. That's why the panchayat elections and the local body elections were held, and even the parliamentary elections were held. And as far as we not contesting election, we didn't contest election, many more seats in the country. So, and a lot of political parties.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Vaid this last question because it's important.
Give me a second.
Yes, sir.
Give me a second. So it doesn't become a reason that we are not contesting election. That's why we are not serious about it, or we don't have any command or hold in Valley. I mean, don't go by that as a parameter. Okay. But fact is that yes, election has to be held. Election will be held in time, and the process is already on.
Okay. Mr. Vaid, because Kashmir is so much beyond politics also, we have clearly lost 50 officers and men of the army and police in the last 8 months. At what time does India, what time should India consider even taking retaliatory options? And most importantly, is it accurate to say that there are terrorists involved that are hardened Taliban fighters which are now operating from our territory, something that you also touched upon, sir.
See, first I will like to mention about elections. Elections must be held. There is no doubt about it. In fact, you can't keep people at the mercy of bureaucracy. And 6 years is a long time. I think Election Commission is all geared up to this. And I don't doubt their intentions. The only thing is, the commission said we will have discussion with the Union Home Ministry about the availability of forces, and I think that should be made available. Where earlier also, Ifra's answer. Earlier also in 90 to 96, the elections were not held when governor's rule was there, when terrorism erupted in early 90s. Now coming to your question, yes, I think it is high time India goes all out, not only within the country. I think government has taken it seriously. The Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister held a meeting in Delhi, the Cabinet Committee on Security. After that, the army chief came here with all the chiefs of security forces, intelligence agencies. I think they are the people who have to actually do the job against terrorism here. And I think they held detailed meetings with the J&K police, everyone concerned, and they will be going all out against them. Only my just one or two points is that we must ensure that no more infiltration takes place. That must be ensured. If more number of such people come, it will vitiate the atmosphere. And not holding election will actually amounts to giving into the Pakistan, what Pakistan wants, what their deep state want, what terrorists want. And we should not go by that. I think Pakistan is rattled with the turnout in the parliament election, more than 50%.
And actually, on the contrary, Jammu and Kashmir presented quite a hopeful picture with places like Srinagar voting, registering a high voter turnout. Ifra, you wanted to add something?
My only point is, keeping elections aside, let's look at what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen such loss of life is something which is very disheartening for everybody, for all of us. And it was a young captain who died. This is actually a stark reminder of how, in spite of what the BJP goes on and says on television every night, this is a stark reminder that situation in Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the Jammu region, has been allowed to deteriorate.
Okay,
and
I'm
out
of time completely. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. Clearly, there needs to be a strategic recalibration for peace in Jammu and Kashmir, even as sincere attempts have to be made to restore the political process in the Union Territory. Thank you so much for watching NDTV. Time for a short break.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, anger and protests over the rape and murder in Kolkata. It's become a movement across the country. Also, an officer was killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. The CBI takes over the Kolkata rape and murder case. It probes the gang rape angle. Also, the accused was taken for a medical test. This as Kolkata cops clarified that they did not call it a suicide. And nationwide doctors' protest continues tonight. A massive candlelight vigil by women's group across the country. West Bengal Chief Minister hits out at all the criticism, says that they took action. The accused was arrested within 12 hours of the horrific crime. This as Rahul Gandhi put the Mamata government in the dock and said there was an attempt to save the accused by the local authorities. Meanwhile, the BJP demands a resignation, claiming Mamata Banerjee delayed the investigation. Following the Kolkata horror in Assam's Silchar at a government medical college, a controversial advisory which asks women doctors to be careful and not go out at night. After outrage, this circular was withdrawn after NDTV reported on it, also spoke to the Assam Chief Minister. An army officer, Captain Deepak Singh, killed in action in the Asar area of Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. An operation launched to capture 4 terrorists, one of whom has been eliminated. A new long-range glide bomb called Gaurav, developed by the Defence Research and Development Organization in conjunction with partners including Adani Defence and Aerospace, has been successfully tested.
कि नेपोटिज्म या डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स में बात चलती है, समझ में आता है। आप किसी डॉक्टर का बेटा डॉक्टर होता है तो उसको नहीं कहते, बिजनेसमैन का बेटा बिजनेसमैन, साड़ी की दुकान पे पिता पुत्र और उनका पुत्र सब बैठा होता है, आपको अच्छा लगता है, वहाँ नहीं कहते हैं। फिल्म
An Independence Day special with Shotgun Sinha speaks on a host of issues including nepotism, why he joined politics and how people don't respect politics as much today. And President Draupadi Murmu met with the Indian contingent as they returned from the Paris Olympics. She welcomed them at the Rashtrapati Bhavan and interacted with the champions after the contingent had a mixed performance at the Games. Our top story now, and the latest in the horrific rape and murder case in Kolkata, where a junior doctor was killed while on duty last week on Friday. Now, the anger and outrage over the case has become a movement across the country as doctors demand better security and justice for the victim. In fact, tonight there's going to be a massive candlelight vigil by women's groups. Today, the CBI took over the investigation into the rape and murder as directed by the Calcutta High Court yesterday. They will also be focusing on several angles on whether it was a case of gang rape and if there was any cover-up. A forensic team today visited the hospital while the accused was taken for a medical checkup.
The CBI at the crime scene after taking over investigation of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital rape and murder case.
We have taken over the investigation. First, allow us to see the place. CFSL team has come from Delhi. Medical team, everything has come from Delhi. We are.
Students continue to protest over lack of security at their workplace and justice for the victim. After the Calcutta High Court handed over the case to the CBI on the parents' appeal, this is what the CBI will investigate. Is this a case of gang rape as the family alleges in their petition? Are there more than one person involved like the family alleges? Was there an attempt to shield any other accused with an improper autopsy as the family alleges in their petition? The police say both the inquest and postmortem were done in a very transparent manner. While the inquest was done in front of a judicial magistrate with the parents present, the postmortem was done in the presence of a judicial magistrate and was videographed. A copy of the postmortem report was also shared with the parents. Meanwhile, the BJP and the left continue to attack the ruling Trinamool Congress.
इस मामले को रफा दफा करने की साजिश ममता बनर्जी ने ही रची.
Very clear case of BJP using a heinous crime and milking this issue to garner some sort of political mileage.
This as protests continue across the country.
Resident doctors at this protest march at AIIMS Hospital in Delhi is that are we really free at this point? Even, it's been 77 years of independence tomorrow, and even then with such a case that has erupted and has taken the entire country in a chokehold. What is it, what lies ahead, not just for the doctors' fraternity, but for women's safety as well?
We have got already independence, but there is no independence here. I don't see anything.
We are fighting for a cause. We are fighting for safety and security in hospital nationwide. When it comes to provide safety and security, we want concrete resolution. We want concrete act. We want concrete bill and complete resolution, complete assurance for the safety and security for all the doctors throughout the country.
In Uttar Pradesh, medical colleges in Lucknow decided to step up the protests.
Strike is continuing not because whether the demand is accepted or not in the internal level. The strike is being continued because we want swift justice for Dr. Saab.
The outrage over the incident at RG Kar Medical College and Hospital and the subsequent protests are no longer limited to Kolkata, West Bengal, or even just the medical fraternity. It has become a much larger issue, with citizens' movements demanding safety for women at the workplace. And on the eve of Independence Day, women in Kolkata will descend on the streets to reclaim this basic right, safety at the workplace. With camera person GD Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
And Congress leader Rahul Gandhi today hit out over the Kolkata horror, raising questions about the handling of the matter by the local administration in the state ruled by allied Trinamool Congress, and in fact not naming the Mamata government but saying that the attempt to save the accused instead of providing justice to the victim. Earlier in the day, the BJP too had demanded Mamata Banerjee step down over handling of the case. So Rahul Gandhi in his post spoke about the entire case and also said that the horrific incident of the rape and murder of a junior doctor has shocked the entire country. Layers of cruelty and inhumanity that are being revealed have created an atmosphere of fear and insecurity among doctor community and women. Now, the Kolkata police took to social media today to dispel rumors regarding the case. They clarified reports of Kolkata police informing the family about a possible suicide are false. They also, the family confirmed that the call did not come from the Kolkata police. Meanwhile, Mamata Banerjee, who has been facing criticism, the latest by ally Rahul Gandhi, hit out today on all these allegations, claiming that her government had reacted instantly to this rape and murder case. She said that she was in touch with the police through the night. She took all action, and also that the accused was arrested within 12 hours, but still a malicious campaign is on.
অস্বীকার করতে পারবেন না পরিবার। আমি বিনীত গোয়েল সিপিকে নিয়ে গেছিলাম আমার সাথে। যদি বাবা মার কোনো সন্দেহ থাকে তাদের থেকে তার কথা শুনবার জন্য আমি প্রায় 1 ঘন্টা ছিলাম। আমি এটাও বলেছিলাম যে দেখুন আমাদের একটা কর্তব্য আছে। মেয়েটি তো আর ফিরে আসবে না। ওর নামে যদি আপনারা কিছু করতে চান করতে পারেন, যা টাকা লাগবে আমি দেব। একটা কম্পেনসেশন যারা বলছেন কম্পেনসেশন দেওয়ার কথা তাদের বলে রাখি, এটা আমার বলা আছে। আমি কংগ্রেসকেও জিজ্ঞেস করব, আপনাদেরও তো অনেক সরকার অনেক জায়গায় আছে, কোনটার ব্যাপারে কি সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছিলেন?
And the Kolkata police, as I mentioned, did clarify today on social media in response to a question, saying that reports of the Kolkata police informing the family about a possible suicide are false. The family confirmed the call did not come from us. Also, the Kolkata police didn't cremate the body of the deceased. It was her family who cremated her. Well, let's go across to Saurabh now for more. And Saurabh, the Kolkata police, they clarify, this rumors that were doing the rounds. Also, Mamata Banerjee today hitting out over the politics and saying that they took action, that within 12 hours the accused was arrested, that she was in touch with the police through the night. But this anger and protest over the rape and murder has become something of a movement now across the country. And tonight as well at midnight, there's going to be a candlelight vigil by various women groups.
Yes, it has definitely gone beyond RG Medical College or West Kolkata or West Bengal or even just the medical fraternity. It has gone much beyond that. It has become a citizens' protest because the crime itself is so heinous and so unfortunate and so brutal. Sexual assault and murder inside a campus of a medical college. The victim, a postgraduate medical student who was here at the medical college doing her work. This was a workplace. So obviously it's led to a lot of outrage over the security failure, over how somebody can commit a crime like this, get access and, leave without being apprehended. That's one. But also alongside, while there is genuine outrage and genuine outpouring of anger, of insecurity, of all kinds of emotions around the case, there has been a lot of misinformation, a lot of fake information that has been peddled on social media. And this happens in every case. For example, a lot of people have been asking, why did the police make the call that that the victim died by suicide? The police did not make that call. That call was made by somebody who identified himself on the phone as an assistant superintendent of the hospital. So it is the hospital administration, if at all, that call was made by that person. And of course, that is something that the police have clarified, that this was not the police who made that call. Then, of course, the cremation of the body. The body was handed over to the family after the postmortem was done, with a recording of the postmortem and in the presence of a judicial magistrate and others as demanded. So this was again something that, these claims have been made over the police taking away the body and cremating it. And this has also been made by political parties, these claims. So these are claims are something that the police are trying to bust, the misinformation around the case. Apart from that, one of the things that the Calcutta High Court came down very heavily on is the registration of an unnatural death case. Now, unnatural death cases are registered when the body is unidentifiable or when there's no complainant or the body has not been claimed, or usually these are cases of suicide. That is when unnatural death cases are registered. where the death is very clearly not natural, and therefore the investigation has to begin without the complaint being lodged at the police. And then once, of course, the investigation proceeds, required sections of the law added. In this case, once the parents complained, the rape and murder charge were added, and the postmortem confirmed it, and after the postmortem it was added. But it was initially started as an unnatural death case because there was no complaint, something that the High Court pulled up the hospital administration for not initially filing a complaint with the police.
All right, Saurabh, thanks so much for joining us with all, the latest updates taking place, the politics as well over this very, very tragic case. And now, after the rape and murder of the junior doctor in Kolkata, a state-run medical college in Assam issued an advisory for women doctors and students, asking them to avoid situations where they are alone. So essentially putting the onus of their safety on them. It asked them to graciously interact with the public so that you don't attract unnecessary attention of unscrupulous people. Now, amid the uproar on the campus and social media, authorities of Silchar Medical College Hospital then withdrew the bizarre advisory. NDTV too had carried this advisory and the uproar. We also spoke to the Assam Chief Minister. Ratnadeep Chaudhary reports.
A controversial advisory putting the onus of security of women by Assam's Silchar Medical College for its female doctors and students. After NDTV reported on the misogynistic advisory, it was withdrawn.
That advisory was not warranted. Yesterday I talked to the principal, they have withdrawn it.
While there was widespread criticism on social media about this advisory, the Junior Doctor Association of Silchar Medical College had given 48 hours ultimatum to the authorities to withdraw this advisory that they found to be very regressive. And after Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma stepped in, he had a word with the authorities. Finally, the controversial advisory was cancelled. The advisory had said female doctors, students and staff should generally avoid isolated, poorly lit and sparsely populated areas. They should avoid situations where they are alone, avoid going off campus during late or odd hours. While on duty, they should be well composed emotionally and be gracious with the public. We want justice! We want justice! The advisory had outraged the medical community.
The circular was deeply regressive, it was misogynistic to some extent, and it was very outrageous to all the female doctors who are working.
Female junior doctors and students have raised some key gaps in women's safety.
There are areas which are not properly lit, so the routes from hostel to hospital are not properly lit. So we want functioning street lights in every corner. We want installation of more CCTV cameras, especially in the main gate area, proper washroom facilities not accessible by staff members, proper doctor's room not accessible by staff or attendants, outsiders getting into the campus, outsiders loitering in the within the near the hostel, in the campus.
While the bizarre advisory has thankfully been withdrawn, as students point out, there are still many areas that need to be addressed. In Guwahati, Ratnadeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
We want justice! All right, we'll continue to track all those developments. But in other news now, a new long-range glide bomb called the Gaurav, developed by the Defence Research and Development Organization in conjunction with partners including Adani Defence and Aerospace, has successfully hit a target more than 100 kilometers away after being dropped from an Indian Air Force fighter jet. Why could this could be a game changer for the Indian Air Force? Vishnu Shom with the details.
Well, let me explain what this is all about. Now, this is the Gaurav glide bomb. It's been successfully tested, a series of tests on the ground, captive tests as they're known, and then finally the weapon has been launched successfully. It struck a target more than 100 kilometers away. This is a one-ton bomb. It's been developed by the Defence Research and Development Organization along with Adani Defence and Aerospace. Let me give you a few more details of what this is all about and why it's significant. Firstly, the test that actually took place was of the glide bomb, which was dropped from a Sukhoi 30 fighter jet, as you can see. It then went on for a range of approximately 100 kilometers, hitting a target with pinpoint precision. Remember, this is a bomb. It's not a missile. It doesn't have a motor of its own. It relies on aerodynamics. It relies on its winglets. It relies on the trajectory at which it was dropped. And it relies extensively on inertial navigation. I'll talk more about that in a moment. The bomb is important for India for a variety of reasons. It's a one-ton bomb. It can carry a variety of warheads. It can be used in a mission like what the Balakot mission was all about, when India struck Pakistani terror camps deep inside Pakistan. On that occasion, spice bombs made by Israel were used. Over here, we can actually use one of these weapons. It can hit a variety of targets, including hardened structures, which can be destroyed. Let's give you a few more details of this. How does it actually work? Well, it relies on pinpoint accuracy. How does it do that? It's got very advanced navigation systems on board, a mix of global positioning systems and inertial navigation systems, which actually ensure that it gets to the right target and strikes it with accuracy. So, and that's what I was talking about, the navigation system. It's been under development for a while. It's been developed by the DRDO. But the key point over here is that with this test, India is now in a position to actually manufacture this. So the DRDO and Adani Defense have completed the trials. And the next stage, of course, would be when this is inducted in numbers, which is why the key point, like in so many other defense issues, serial production of weapon systems can begin when there are significant orders which come in. But at this stage, this weapon has been proven to be successful. It is something which can enhance the firepower of the Indian Air Force greatly.
News from Jammu and Kashmir now. An army captain was killed. A terrorist also killed in an ongoing operation in the higher reaches of Jammu region's Doda district. The encounter broke out in a thickly forested area during a cordon and search operation launched by a joint team to track down a group of foreign terrorists who were said to be hiding in the Shivgarh Asar belt. A civilian was injured in the gun battle that took place just before Independence Day. Officials recovered rucksacks and weapons from the site. News from Karnataka now. And facing allegations of misuse of funds from government accounts, the Karnataka government has issued an order suspending all transactions with the State Bank of India and the Punjab National Bank. Both of these banks are owned by the central government. The finance department of the Karnataka government has directed all state departments to close their accounts with these banks and recover their deposits immediately. Now, on Independence Day Eve, as part of our special series on cine icons, we spoke to actor-turned-politician Shatrughan Sinha, who spoke on a host of issues including nepotism, politics and culture. Shatrughan Sinha also spoke on his idea of freedom.
Hello everyone and welcome to this very special broadcast where Nikunj and I are here to talk to another icon. And why are we doing this special series, Nikunj?
Because this is India's Independence Day Eve and tomorrow the Independence Day, and we at NDTV are launching a series called India Through the Eyes of Its Icons. And joining us now on NDTV is a socio-cultural political icon, a man who has donned many hats in his life, Mr. Shatrughan Sinha.
Sir, you're looking bright and happy, and
Thank you very
Shatrughan Sinha with sunglasses, khamosh, salam, adab. How should I introduce you, sir, today? As a member of parliament or a veteran actor?
Namaste. It depends upon you. A rose is a rose is a rose. ये आपके ऊपर है कैसे आप बुलाना चाहेंगे मुझको?
देखिए शत्रु भाई की एंट्री देखिए
But
एकदम
yes.
अपनी अंदाज में ही है.
Rose is a rose.
अच्छा तो बदल जाएगा का अब जल्लाद का अंदाज कहाँ से लाऊं मैं, कसाई का अंदाज कहाँ से लाऊं? इतने सालों से फिल्मों में हूँ, इतने सालों से तो 78वां ये बरसी है, 18वां वर्षगांठ है, स्वतंत्रता दिवस है, उसके ईव पे मैं एक तरफ तमाम लोगों को शुभकामना देता हूँ, छोटों को शुभाशीष देता हूँ, लोगों को बधाई देता हूँ। वहीं दूसरी तरफ आपसे कहना चाहूँगा कि जिस रंग में रवा हुआ हूँ उसका थोड़ा असर तो दिखाई पड़ेगा आपको।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
और आपने मारिया ने कहा कि चश्मे में बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा था, तो लीजिए आपके कहने पे चश्मा फिर से पहन लेता हूँ। हाँ
बिल्कुल ठीक मिस्टर सिन्हा, माय फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन टू यू इज दैट 78वें इंडिपेंडेंस डे की ईव पे आपने एक लंबी यात्रा की है इस देश के साथ में, आज़ाद भारत में, फर्स्ट एज ए सिने स्टार, then as a politician, as a minister in the union cabinet, and in various socio-cultural political fields. How do you think, Mr. Sinha, this country has changed over the years that you have seen it going through its independent journey?
देखिए, सवाल बहुत अच्छा है और इस सवाल के जवाब में कहना चाहूँगा कि हमने तरक्की तो बहुत की है। 78वां ये स्वतंत्रता दिवस है, अगर हम उस तरह से देखें तो हम करीब करीब डेवलपमेंट के मामले में या लोगों के मामले में, विकास के मामले में, तरक्की के मामले में, प्रगति के मामले में बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हॉस्पिटल्स, हेल्थ केयर यानी इंडस्ट्रीज़ के मामले में हम इतना आगे बढ़े हैं कि अभी डेवलपिंग नेशन से करीब करीब डेवलप नेशन की कतार में खड़े होने आ चुके हैं। लेकिन साथ साथ ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि एक तरफ हमारा देश इतनी तरक्की कर चुका है, इतने अच्छे लोग हैं हमारे देश में, लोकतंत्र इतने बढ़िया से चला है बाय एंड लार्ज थ्रू आउट, उसके बावजूद आज हम एक तरफ अपने को कहते हैं कि न्यूक्लियर पावर हैं और कमाल के हैं। इतने कम समय में हमने देश के उन मुल्कों के साथ अपने को लाके खड़ा कर दिया। ये हमारे आज़ादी का परिणाम है, जिन्होंने आज़ादी दिलाई उनका आशीर्वाद है, और जिन लोगों ने आज़ादी के बाद देश को चलाया, हुक्मरानों का, उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन है कि इतना बढ़िया हमारा देश है, चला है, आगे बढ़ा है, न्यूक्लियर पावर है। लेकिन साथ ही साथ फ्रॉस्ट की वो कविता भी याद आती है आज के दिन, और हमेशा याद आती रहेगी। वो इंस्पायर करता है, मोटिवेट करता है, और वो क्या है, वुड्स आर लवली डार्क एंड डीप बट आई हैव प्रोमिसेस टू कीप एंड माइल्स टू गो बिफोर आई स्लीप। यानी घने तरु मनमोहक दृश्य मुझको पास बुलाते हैं, किंतु किए जो वायदे मैंने मुझको याद आ जाते हैं। अभी मुझे विश्राम कहाँ, ये मूक निमंत्रण छलना है, अभी तो मुझको मीलों तक आगे चलना है। मैल न्यूट्रिशन के मामले में आज बच्चों की जिस तरह से हो रही है, आज इतनी सारी डिजीज़ पे हमने कंट्रोल कर लिया है, बहुत सारे डिजीज़ पे हम ना कंट्रोल, हम क्या कुछ डिजीज़ पे, यानी कोरोना पे तो शायद पसीने छूट गए पूरे दुनिया को कि उस पर अभी बहुत कुछ और करना है। अभी हम आज के दिन भी एक तरफ इसको अच्छा कहेंगे, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ ये बहुत चिंता का विषय भी है कि आज के दिन भी 78वां वर्षगांठ हो रहा है और हमें 80 करोड़ लोगों को अनाज देना पड़ रहा है ना, गरीबी अभी भी बहुत है।
And finally, today, President Draupadi Murmu met with the Indian contingent for the Paris Olympics at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The Indian contingent returned to India after their mixed performance in the 33rd Summer Games. The President also interacted with the medalists Manu Bhaker and PR Shrijesh during her meeting with the team at Rashtrapati Bhavan. And with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks for watching. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है, हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, What was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happened through spirituality.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है। हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see
If there's one thing that can define the times that we live in, especially the way we have redefined our financial independence, it is definitely how cashless we have become. You know, walk into any store without cash, just one card and you're done. We rely so much on online payments now that the transaction volumes through this mode have touched a record high of 9.41 billion transactions. So what is really working for the card industry? That is what we will try and understand today. Joining me is a special panel of guests. Remember, there is this whole debate around digital payments. Credit and debit cards still remain dominant even as the preferred payment method in many countries. So what are the offerings such as, travel miles, cashback, rewards, in many ways safety from cybercrime, foreign exchange rates and high limits on spending? Are these the factors driving the card usage? That's what we will try and understand today. Joining me is Sanjeev Moge, who is the President and Head of Cards and Payments, Axis Bank. We have Gautam Agarwal, who is the Division President, South Asia at MasterCard. We have Anushka Rathod, who is the content creator, and also Ajay Soni, who is former IT Secretary. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Starting with you, Mr. Agarwal, with so many financial instruments available to consumers today, what do you think are the key benefits of using cards?
Firstly, Vasudha, thank you for having me on the show. When I think of benefits of the cards, the first and foremost goes without saying is the access to credit. The fact that you have the ability to pay for something without have to take out cash is really helpful. And the fact that you have 30 days or 20 days to pay off that money, to your bank is really great. Now, if you really think about what really cards have to offer, they offer unmatched convenience, flexibility, and benefits to consumers, and of course, merchants and the issuer themselves. Now, as a consumer, the fact that I'm using my card to pay, I have options. I can convert my purchase into an EMI. I can actually decide to pay over a 6, 9, 12-month period. So that gives me the ability to actually manage my spend much better. Also, many cards come with reward benefits. The fact that when I pay, I actually get reward points. Those reward points can be used to either get cash back or to get discounts for travel or shopping. And in some cases, free lunches, if you will. Then the other advantage of cards is around safety. This is something that people don't talk a whole lot about, safety and security. What people don't know, on a credit card transaction, if you have a fraudulent transaction, if you misplace your card, he steals your card, you can actually call your bank and tell them that has happened. And your purchase against that card will be protected. So if you make a claim that something has been a fraudulent transaction, you are not liable to pay for that transaction. It's called zero liability. And in some cases, depending on which bank has issued your card, you actually have a lot more protection. You have something called purchase protection, you have insurance protection on your card. So if you buy something and it gets stolen or broken, you can actually claim an insurance claim against that. And that is a benefit that only credit cards have to offer. And then, of course, all of us are probably aware of lounges. We all travel a lot, and we see in many of the lounges across all the cities, if you flash your MasterCard card, you're able to enter into any of these lounges for nothing. That's, again, a benefit that cards have to offer. And then, of course, something that I have learned in my time in India, aspiration to get a credit card is a big deal, right? People aspire to get a credit card. Today, a lot of people don't have access to a credit card. And that's the other thing. It gives you that sense of comfort when you need money in the emergency or for a medical emergency or whatever. You actually have that access to that card. What we've seen in India in the last 3 years, the amount in the last 2 years, the amount of spend on cards has gone up, right? It was under about 6 lakh crores until recently. And we are seeing that number be close to 19 lakh crores in the last 2.5 years. So that shows how much advantage, cards have in the fact that people are really taking use of.
Absolutely. Gautam, in fact, let me tell you that, going to the airport lounge has elevated the experience of so many families, especially those traveling with children. But let me also request you to elaborate on this one thing that you touched upon. One of the biggest concerns of card holders is also around safety. And this concern seems to be only increasing by the day because, we keep hearing of cyber crimes increasing. How vested are you in the safety of cards? And can you assure our viewers that cards are very safe?
I think cards are very safe, and I'll have Sanjeev probably weigh in on this a little bit. The reality is, as digital payments are going to increase, the amount of attempts on using cards or any digital payment for that matter, the number of fraudulent attempts will also increase. And we've seen that. We've seen that attempts of fraud have increased 6 times over the last 2 years, right? Across cards as well. But the idea is, how are we protecting against it? Those increases will happen. What we have done as a company over the last 3 or 4 years, we invested a lot into AI, cyber, data analytics, be able to actually detect when such an attack happens or an attempt of such an attack happens. And then we, of course, make corrective action right there, make sure that the transactions go through, or if the transaction goes through, we actually flag the bank right away that, this has happened, or to the consumer. I don't know if you've noticed, sometimes even before you put your card back into your wallet, you will see that you'll get an alert. Have you actually done this transaction? That's happened in 200 milliseconds or faster than that, right? That's something that's unique to cards. To put it in perspective, in the last 2 years, we've almost, as a company globally, we've actually prevented close to about $35 billion of fraud from happening. And this is a global number, not just specific to India. And then, of course, I talked about this earlier, something called a zero liability protection. Yes. This is something we offer on cards to make sure that, if a fraud eventually does happen on your card, you are protected against it and you're not liable to pay for something that you may have not really paid for.
Right. That's a very detailed explanation. Mr. Moge, we know that the cards are established. They are an established payment method. They have high penetration online. And of course, the user experience is also perhaps a lot more easier. I'm very comfortable with cards. My parents are very comfortable with cards. How do you think, what are the reasons you think that cards continue to be a preferred mode of payment?
See, reasons are, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
See, one side is the reasons that Gautam spoke about, those hold, you have a great free period. And second, unlike any other product where you actually take, because finally a credit card is a line that you're using. So moment any other credit product you take, you shell out interest from day one. In this one, if you manage it well, you can have actually credit-free period up to 50 days without any interest to be paid at all. There is no product like this. On top of this, you get rewards, you get privileges, and all of this with a credit line, which means that when you're paying, you're not paying from a bank account. I think that adds up to a pretty powerful proposition. In India, now we have close to 10 crore plus credit cards. Now, nobody knows how many individuals, but let's put a finger at roughly, let's say around 4 crore individuals who have a credit card. That's a very sizable number. If you actually put it in an Indian context and you take out people who won't, people less than 25 or less than 21, people beyond a certain age, etc. And then when you get to the number, these are pretty large numbers. And at some point of time, we thought India is credit averse, people don't want a card, people will not buy on credit. Today, all of those notions are changing. If you actually look at July data, you have 1.6 lakh crore of commerce on credit cards. To that, you add on the 40,000 crore of debit, that's almost 2 lakh crore a month on plastic spends. So that means it's here to stay. And at 10 crore plus credit cards out in the country, it means it is going to keep growing. Obviously, it's a credit product, which means banks need to be careful, which also means if it's a way of digital payment, the customers also need to be careful. That goes without saying. But if you put together the proposition and the scale that it has already acquired, it's even at this scale, it's still a long runway ahead.
That's very interesting. You know, the numbers really say that cards are here to stay. Mr. Soni, you've worked in the government for so long. India's digital payment story has been celebrated, across the world. What kind of regulatory intervention, or for that matter, mechanism has really helped this grow? You know, like the way Gautam and both Mr. Sanjeev have also been talking about.
I think RBI keeps a very close look at whatever is happening in this space, and it's a very effective regulator. So if if there's inkling of something starting to go wrong, I think they do come in and try to prevent it from happening. And of course, the payment space has benefited from UPI tremendously. And now that credit cards are also getting linked to UPI, I think that's another significant thing that's happening. People have become very comfortable with the idea of using digital transactions, UPI. And of course, debit and credit cards have been around for a long time. But I think UPI might actually give the next fillip to use of credit cards.
Right, that's very interesting. Anushka, I was watching one of Gautam's interviews, and he talked about how in rural India, we never saw that many landlines as we saw in urban India. So there was that divide. But, as someone who understands trends, can you explain to us what are people's preferences when it comes to payment methods? Because when it comes to digital payment methods, the rural-urban divide doesn't seem to be as striking as we saw when we were growing up, when I was growing up, yeah.
Right. So I think definitely when it comes to urban India, people mostly want to spend via their UPI and cards a lot. I would say still not a lot of people are into cards. More of them are using UPI as of now. But increasingly, you can see for spends like fuel, for spends like shopping, for travel-related spends, people are comfortable using credit cards. Also, one avenue where a lot of people use credit cards is buying white goods because of the ticket size and also the offers that they get while buying those goods.
Right. Coming back to you, Mr. Agarwal, there is another aspect of using cards, with the rise of a luxury segment of lifestyle. What do you think, cards have in this area? What extra do you think that cards have to offer in this particular sector?
Happy to answer. But before I answer that question, I do want to touch upon something Mr. Sani said, right?
Yeah.
He talked about RBI and, how they've really made a difference. Another point that I should have made that he made me think, RBI should be lauded for what they've done around safety and security in India. The one thing that a lot of people don't realize, India is the only country in this world today where almost all card not present transactions, this is when you don't use your card in a physical, situation, are 100% tokenized, close to 100% tokenized. So pretty much all those transactions are tokenized today. And tokenization, for those who don't know, is another layer of safety that we have put on the card transaction, which basically masks the actual card number in a transaction. So that's something that people should be aware of. Now, to answer your question around the luxury segment, so besides offering the ease of use that I talked about earlier, cards do offer unmatched benefits tailored specifically to consumers across all income groups, and therefore, depending on which issuer's card you're using, you may have a variety of options to choose from. So, for example, for the HNI segment, Mastercard actually has a program called the Priceless program, right? Through the priceless.com website, one can actually go and get access to exclusive global experiences that you can't otherwise, get access to. So that's one example of how we are touching the luxury segment, if you will. Then the second thing, of course, is because India is becoming the middle class India is becoming more globally savvy. They're traveling globally a lot. They're seeing cards are getting transacted globally. So the fact that a card is universally accepted, makes it a huge difference. You can take your Axis Bank issued card, for example, anywhere in the world where Mastercard is accepted and pay for it. And this global reach actually makes the middle class and the affluent card a little bit more empowered to make these purchases. And of course, there's differentiated experiences around that also. And then the last thing, I would say, I mentioned about speed. The fact that 200, 300 milliseconds is within which a card transaction gets approved. This actually makes it very easy, and especially in this day and age when mobile app is going to become the way for consumers to pay, the affluent consumers sort of like that. We're already seeing that the affluent space in India, we are seeing 18 to 20% bump in expenditure on the card, which is again very, very unique to this market today, given the growth story that we're seeing in this country.
Right. Gautam, there's something that I was personally interested in. I was looking at how fintech actually talks a lot about inclusivity, making cards accessible not just to the able-bodied but also to people with disabilities. Do you think companies have been able to show that kind of sensitivity and probably put in place accessibility options? What is it that Mastercard is doing, something that you would like to share with us?
Absolutely. So I think our CEO used to make a statement that if you are not inclusive, you won't scale. I'm going to use that line from him. And inclusion is at the center of everything we are doing at Mastercard, right? Most recently, we launched, not in India right now, but we will launch in India fairly soon, a Braille-enabled card. So for a blind individual, essentially, that card will be very helpful to be able to use that. Also, the card art that we're using, we're making it very Braille-friendly. We have Sonic, something else, right? So today, if you do a card transaction on a Mastercard card at a terminal, it gives a particular tone, we call it the Mastercard tone. It also helps our branding, which is meant for people, who can't, see, and it'll announce the amount of, money that has been paid from your card. So those are some examples of what we're doing. We, of course, looking at ESG also as an extension of that. So we are investing in cards that won't be plastic or metal, but they will be, environmentally friendly green cards, if you will. We're also now looking at inclusion beyond just disabilities. We're looking at potentially how to get to farmers and women-specific cards and, cards for the rural sector. So this is all part of a rather larger inclusion effort, if you will, that we are spending a lot of our time on and really innovating around it.
Right, that's very interesting. Mr. Moge, this is something I touched upon when I was talking to Anushka. Digital payments have become increasingly prevalent for rent payments, grocery shopping, and she also pointed out to that difference. How much does the rural-urban divide matter in this? In other words, how is Bharat or rural India responding to the digital payments revolution? What do your numbers or assessments say in this regard?
See, if you were talking, let's say 10, 15 years back, what you would have seen is 2-3 differences. One is the acceptance points, the points at which you can actually shop, were far fewer when you went deeper into the country. And when I'm talking deeper, I'm, let's say, putting into blocks of, let's say, top 8 cities, then 8 to 50, and then beyond the 50. Really, let's talk about comparison between the top 8 and the beyond 50. 8 to 50 is obviously far more homogeneous now than it was 10, 15 years back. But the real divide comes in when you go beyond the 50 cities, right? One, standalone, the network that banks have put terminals, etc. Now India has almost 7 lakh plus normal terminals, the EDCs that we talk about. However, if on top of that, you actually add the points which accept UPI payments, that's running into crores now. I think upwards of 2-3 crore, etc. And all of those now accept, most of those now accept UPI on credit card payments as well. This was far fewer many years back when UPI didn't exist. UPI is a more recent 2016 plus phenomenon. So if you're really talking about 2010, 2012, etc., and not very far back, 10, 15 years back is not long in the country's context. The acceptance points were far fewer. Obviously, if the acceptance points were fewer, we were also not issuing as many cards in those markets. Keep in mind, 10, 15 years back in India, the bureau data was not as rich as it is today. Bureau in India is more like a 2-decade phenomenon.
Okay.
Bureaus have become richer. Digital KYC has become more of a last decade phenomenon. So all of this essentially has meant that the entire infrastructure that needs to exist for you to issue a credit product, KYC, bureau, your own data, of course, is far richer than it was. The last point which comes in, which is in terms of customer usage. Now, frankly, if 60% of payments today in cards are happening online, it's not like you're going out to a shop and buying. If you're buying on Flipkart or you're buying on Amazon, how does it matter whether you're in Mumbai, Cuff Parade, or you're in beyond 50 markets? You're anyway shopping online. The TV is the same, the mobile is the same, the consumption of aspiration is the same.
That's very
What cards
interesting,
ensure is not only is the aspiration the same, the way and the mechanism to spend is also there. You have a product, you have a card which gives you best of rewards, and you have a credit line with it.
Okay. Okay,
That
thank you all
means
of
it
you
is
for
far
joining
more
me on this
equitable today.
broadcast. Thank you, Gautam. Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you, Mr. Sawhney. Thank you, Anushka, for joining us with those excellent insights. In recent years, as we know, India has been at the cusp of a digital revolution led by this extraordinary surge in digital payments. And while financial inclusion and accessibility remain at the heart of it, clearly safety and convenience are also a priority for users, something that the card companies seem to be intently agreeing with and also addressing. Thank you for watching NDTV.
India is getting ready for the third flight of the small satellite launch vehicle with an experimental Earth imaging satellite called EOS-8. I have with me Dr. M. Sankaran, the director of the U.R. Rao Satellite Center, which has developed this very unique experimental satellite which is going to test several technologies. What is special about this microsat EOS-8 which will be launched on the third developmental flight of the small satellite launch vehicle, Dr. Sankaran?
This EOS-8 is going to be the trailblazer for future microsatellites of ISRO. We are not only deploying 3 new payloads on board this satellite, we are also testing about 18 new technologies on the bus systems to improve the efficiency of our spacecraft bus for these microsatellites, so that when we are going to make future microsatellites, they will be more efficient in many ways, the power generation to the data handling to the mass of the system itself. Many things are going to be improved. So I can say that about 18 new technologies on the bus and 3 new payloads are flying.
What is special about the payloads? You have very interesting 3 in short.
The first payload is IR imaging payload, which is
infrared.
Infrared, which is going to image in both the medium wave and long wave, which is around 5 micron and 11 micron wavelength. This is going to be first of ISRO's LWIR, that is long wave infrared imager. We tried to do it earlier in microsat 1A, and this is going to be the next flight. We are trying this when this is successful. The second payload is the GNSS-R payload.
What is GNSS?
GNSS is a global navigation satellite system. It means it is like our GPS, Navic, Beidou or Galileo. All these navigation satellites are called GNSS satellites. Now we are going to use the signals beamed down by all these navigation satellites, and the reflection of this light, this microwave from the surface of the Earth is going to get us lot of information about where they are passed through and what they hit and return back. So instead of illuminating with sun and or illuminating with our own radar signal, GNSS-R is a new revolutionary remote sensing technique which is evolving around the world. So this payload is again a pathfinder for us for future all GNSS based remote sensing.
So it will be able to give us structure of the earth and deformation of the earth, and it will be able to penetrate foliage, so give us a better understanding of the earth surface.
It will have definitely better visibility of things which are not straight away there right on top. It can even do soil moisture measurement. There are a number of applications that have been lined up on this. Once we have this spacecraft up in orbit and test it for a few days, we will be able to give more details on what are all the new technologies.
And what is the third?
Third is silicon carbide based UV dosimeter, which is going to be safety gadget for the astronauts in the Gaganyaan mission. So the newly developed this dosimeter is getting tested in this mission before flight in Gaganyaan. So that is the new one.
Are you worried that you are flying a new experimental microsat on a developmental flight of the small satellite launch vehicle?
SSLV, we no longer consider it as any risk. It has been proved even in the first flight. It was a logical error which created the problem. SSLV, we don't have a doubt, but since it is a developmental flight, we are using this opportunity to test all these 18 odd new technologies and 3 new payloads. So we don't see any major risk in this.
So SSLV and microsat will open a new domain for India, because there may be huge requirements of microsats for Earth imaging, and same thing for the small satellite to launch smaller satellites.
Yes, as I already mentioned, microsat 2C, which is EOS 08, is going to be the future torchbearer for all microsats class of satellite that India needs. Our assessment is India needs something like a few hundred of this kind of satellites to meet the various application requirement. Now we are making it in all these new developments such that these satellites become very efficient and easily realizable. That is what is going to be done.
And some of this would obviously be transferred to the industry for production?
Yeah, when we are talking about hundreds of satellites, obviously these are not going to be realized within ISRO. We will get these things done outside through industry. Towards that only all this effort is going on.
Thanks a lot for speaking to me, Dr. Sankaran. So that was Dr. Sankaran telling us how excited he is about the new mission which will be launched on the small satellite launch vehicle. An important mission for India, both for the rocket and for the satellite, and both of them then aiming to go to the industry.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है। म्यूजिक इज नॉट जस्ट एंटरटेनमेंट। हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है। हम भगवान को स्वर के जरिए प्राप्त करते हैं।
When you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
To be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny. This is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people.
India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. You know, Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happen through spirituality.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of gold, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूजिकल जर्नी, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल
Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu. Show on the program tonight. Women in Kolkata and several other parts of Bengal will hit the streets around midnight tonight to protest against the horrific rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor at Kolkata's RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital. This is an incident which has shaken the country. It's triggered nationwide protests, demonstrations across India. At demonstrations in medical colleges and hospitals across India, doctors have demanded security on duty. The protest, which will begin at 11:55 tonight, has been described for women's independence on the midnight of independence. That is our big focus on Left, Right and Centre tonight in the next few minutes. But first, a quick look at the headlines at this hour. An army officer, Captain Deepak Singh, was killed in action in the Assar area of Jammu and Kashmir's Dora district. An operation has been launched to capture 4 terrorists, one of whom it is believed has been eliminated. A new long-range glide bomb called the Gaurav, developed by the Defence Research and Development Organisation in conjunction with partners including Adani Defence and Aerospace, has been successfully tested. We'll tell you all about that. An Independence Day special with Shotgun Sinha. Shatrughan Sinha says, "I join politics as a social responsibility. People don't respect politics as much today." We'll have a lot of that, including India through the eyes of our icons, including a special program at 9:30 p.m. tonight. President Draupadi Murmu today met the Indian contingent for the Paris Olympics 2024 at Rashtrapati Bhavan. She interacted with our champions after the contingent had a mixed performance at the Games. But first, our top debate, the horrific rape and murder in Kolkata, the key points that the CBI is looking at. Let's take a look and discuss that for the moment. Now, sources say that the CBI's 6 focus areas are: was the doctor raped by one man, or were there in fact others? Was the accused, Shonjoy Roy, reportedly a civilian police volunteer alone? Was evidence destroyed after the incident? Why was the murder first reported as a suicide? Was the hospital administration involved? Why were the police only informed the morning after the doctor was murdered? So that's what we are going to be looking at, trying to understand over the course of the next half an hour. We've got very special guests coming up. But first, there was a heated face-off between political rivals today in Bengal. Listen in.
में ये जो डिले हुआ है, इसमें मुझे लगा कि मुख्यमंत्री जी का कोशिश था कि पुलिस के द्वारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन को डिले कराया जाए। तो मुझे लगता है ये टाइम किल करने की कोशिश की गई, और मुझे डाउट है कि सीबीआई के पास कितना प्रूफ जो पुलिस ने गैदर किया था उसका कितना हिस्सा पहुंचा है और पहुंचेगा भी।
অস্বীকার করতে পারবেন না পরিবার। আমি বিনীত গোয়েল সিপিকে নিয়ে গেছিলাম আমার সাথে। যদি বাবা মার কোনো সন্দেহ থাকে তাদের থেকে তার কথা শুনবার জন্য আমি প্রায় 1 ঘন্টা ছিলাম। আমি এটাও বলেছিলাম যে দেখুন আমাদের একটা কর্তব্য আছে, মেয়েটি তো আর ফিরে আসবে না, ওর নামে যদি আপনারা কিছু করতে চান করতে পারেন, যা টাকা লাগবে আমি দেব। একটা কম্পেনসেশন যারা বলছেন কম্পেনসেশন দেওয়ার কথা তাদের বলে রাখি, এটা আমার বলা আছে।
Well, joining us now, Dr. Parijita Mitra, in charge of the Emergency Medical Facility at Howrah, West Bengal. I'm also joined by Priyanka Tibrewal, spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Mitra, let me come to you first. And let's actually focus on the key issues that the CBI is looking at, because these are some of the main questions. Number one, in your professional opinion, on the basis of what you have seen so far, was this doctor raped by one man or many? Was this a gang rape?
See, as an emergency medicine expert, I really cannot confirm the thing. But as per the speculation by the forensic medicine expert, it was told that it is a case of rape. But the thing, if it is single or a gang rape, it is up to investigation till now. So I cannot comment on that.
Priyanka Tibrewal, on the basis of what you have seen and what you have read, there are a whole lot of questions. One of the key questions was evidence destroyed after the incident. How is that a key part of what needs to be looked at?
See, it is very important to understand that the series of events which have taken place. Now, if such an incident takes place, first of all, the police goes for the primary investigation. Now, without any such investigation, police already said initially that it was a suicide. Later, they gave the theory that it was an unnatural death. Now, the thing is that the place where this incident has taken place is a government hospital. So, the government hospital, the administration also did not register a case with the police. Now, that is something, which is taking your attention, that why? Why did they say that it is an unnatural death? Where on the face of it, it was evident, because as in things which I know and have come to know from certain doctors as well, that the entire pelvic area of the girl was, brutally brutalized, and she had all that broken bones and everything. Anybody, and she did not have any clothes on her body. Anybody could have said that it was a rape. So why were they hesitant in saying that it is a rape? Now, coming to the second part of it. After the postmortem, we've come to know that there are 113 bite marks on her body. 113, 113. 113 bite marks. Is it possible that those bite marks were done only by one person? Now, this is what, it is an absolute case of a gang rape. Now, there is another thing. Why is the chief minister herself in a hurry? See, today also we are seeing that, she's saying that we have told the family we are ready to give compensation. The question of compensation is not arising at the moment. The question of justice is arising at the moment. Which is, they are trying to give this blanket assertion on it. They are trying to cover something. Now, what is that something? Maybe this lady doctor knew something which was going wrong in the hospital. Maybe she was coming out with something which was going out in the hospital. That is the reason that probably there are certain big names which are responsible behind this.
I'm joined by Dr. Shankar Nath Jha, Vice President of the West Bengal Doctors Forum. Ma'am, I'll come back to you in a moment. One of the most problematic aspects, Dr. Jha, in this entire thing is that this was reported first as a suicide. It was only later on when the details became clear that they said it was a murder. Is this one of the most problematic aspects, that there was probably a cover-up which was happening?
Yeah, I fully agree with you. What happened initially, the family men were called by the assistant super of the hospital and they told that your girl has committed suicide. And after that, for 2 hours, they waited to see their girl, but nobody allowed them to see the girl. And there were hasasab cases till today. What we have come to from the reports, that there were renovation work going on at the crime scene. The crime scene at the place of seminar room of the chest medicine department where the heinous crime was done has been renovated, and I don't know whether it is to tamper with the crime scene. And there were many instances about this which has come to our notice. That's why we were protesting throughout, and the whole nation is protesting, and we want justice.
All right, let me just go across to Professor Manojit Mondal, spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress. This is now being investigated by the CBI. Is there evidence to suggest that the hospital administration was involved in a cover-up?
If the hospital administration is involved in a cover-up, I'm quite sure CBI by now, over 24 hours, must have interrogated at least one of them. Has it happened? I mean, instead of spreading such rumors or misinformation, let us look for justice of this girl.
But why are these rumors and misinformation? These are valid questions.
First of all, Mr. Vishnu Som, you are a very senior journalist.
No, it's not about me, but these are not rumors.
No, you have to allow me to speak.
I will, but I take objection to your question. You see, these aren't rumors or disinformation. These are questions. That's all I'm saying.
The questions can also be disinformation.
How is this disinformation?
There are various ways of no. There is a different debate. If you wish to engage in that debate, I will definitely engage in that debate. But let me answer the questions one by one. Kolkata police could get barely 48 hours to investigate. This happened on Saturday night, Sunday, Monday. Since yesterday, the case was handed over to the CBI. Kolkata police interrogated 34 persons. One of the principal accused has been arrested. 16 people were in the pipeline. And thereafter, CBI took investigation from yesterday. How many people CBI interrogated so far? Any police, any hospital administration, any person who apparently, made this call to the family of the bereaved, saying that this was a suicide, we will also want this answer. In fact, let me tell you, Mamata herself has called for a rally on 16th of this month, day after tomorrow, on 3 p.m. from a particular place in Kolkata, seeking justice. Now it is incumbent
but
upon the
Professor
CBI
Mondal, let me ask you this,
to
sir.
justice to the
Since justice,
family.
right.
We are all on the same page.
Right, but then if we are on the same page, sir, could you just tell me, why is it that the principal of this medical college was asked to step down, since we are all talking about justice? Why was the principal of this medical college asked to step down and then within hours appointed elsewhere? Does that not show a great sense of... Yeah.
I will answer. As presumptively, let us say that this person is somehow involved. Let the CBI...
No, I'm not saying that the person is involved or not involved.
Let the CBI
but is it not strange that the principal of a college where there has been a horrific murder is removed from their post and then given another job instantly, even before an investigation is over?
The college was removed from that particular post. The principal of the college was removed from that particular
and then
post.
put in and given another post in another college.
But he did not join. He did not join the other post. He was
there. But why would they be appointed?
He was appointed
but Professor Mondal, why don't you call it for what it is? Insensitivity.
Even if he was appointed, can still be under the scanner. What is the CBI doing for the last 36 hours? Has CBI interrogated this person? If there are evidences against this person, CBI must interrogate him.
Okay.
It's not leaving.
Okay. In fact, let me ask. Go across to Priyanka Tebrawal. That let's not get ahead of ourselves. The fact that this principal was appointed to another institution doesn't mean that he's guilty. That's the point that Professor Mondal was mentioning. How would you respond?
We are questioning that what was the haste? What was the haste when the investigation was in process? What was the haste to remove him from there and put him elsewhere? If that was the seriousness that the Chief Minister was looking into, she could have suspended him for some time. Why immediately she posted him somewhere else? Now, another question which is there on the mind, and that is a fact. If you look onto the records and the history of this hospital, number of incidents have taken place in these past few years. 2021 only, there was another doctor which supposedly they say that had committed a suicide from the terrace of the same hospital. Now, is this not too much of a coincidence that in the same hospital things like this are happening? And I say there are a number of incidents in the same hospital. The important and pertinent question here is that the principal accused he is talking about. Now, whether he is a principal accused or an scapegoat, that will only come out after the investigation.
But Priyanka ji, I am not sure a person committing suicide is in any way linked with a murder which has taken place now.
That was also a doctor. That was also a doctor, and in 2021,
yeah, but again,
from the terrace,
to link
they
that
said
with
it
this,
wasn't suicide.
to link that, with this.
We do. That is what I'm saying. Because that investigation was done by the police. So we do not know whether that was a murder or that was a suicide, because they had said that this was also suicide. Women who did not have clothes on her body with 113 bite marks. Initially, the police said that it is a suicide. Somebody takes off their clothes and bites herself and then commits a suicide. So this was the investigation which the police was doing. Not just that, the crime scene was not sealed. They were doing renovation work after that.
No, but okay, lots of points. Professor Mondal replied to that. And this is the most horrific part.
I do not wish to
suicide or murder.
To a confirmed peddler of misinformation. She has been proven again and again, whether she is appearing on personal behalf or the party behalf, that she peddles lie. The police in this case, lie number one, the police in this case has never ever said that this is a case of suicide. Police in this case, Kolkata police, has never ever closed the case. Police was trying their best. In fact, they did a stupendous job. Within bare 36 hours, they could get for investigation. They did their job. I want to know, I do not want to dignify the comment of a BJP spokesperson like you on the screen. I know, we know what kind of lies they peddles on TV. But the CBI, what is CBI doing? She should ask, what is the CBI doing in the last 36 hours?
Why are you so
over 36 hours. Ever since they got the case in their hand. In 36 hours, Kolkata police did a stupendous job. In comparison to that,
what did the health minister and the police minister, both the portfolios are held by the chief minister herself.
This is what you're saying. What is the CBI doing in the last 3 years?
No, Priyanka, 1 second. I'll come to you next. Let him make his point.
Mr. Shom, you need to anchor the show, right? What is the CBI doing in the last three years of such 31 cases, which were handed over to them by the Kolkata High Court? I am saying 31 cases, 3 years. What is the CBI doing in this case? Including rape and murder, charges of rape and murder. What is the CBI doing? The CBI's track record in this kind of cases is horrendous. And we are scared, concerned that the real justice will be done to this very family and this victim of brutality.
All right.
We are really,
okay, Priyanka, quick comment from you before I go back to the doctors. Yes.
They are horrified. Now, I will tell you once again, because whatever scam has taken place in West Bengal, their ministers are linked with each and everything. And I am 101% sure that this will come out in the investigation, that some ministers are linked in this also, where some kind of scam is going on in these government hospitals, which probably this doctor knew. That is why a number of incidents have taken place in Arjikar.
All right, that's an allegation that needs to be proved, Priyanka ji. Let's not get ahead of ourselves right now, but let's focus on the issue of doctor safety as well. Dr. Aparajita Mitra, there are a large number of doctors across the country, including in Bengal, who are coming out at 11:55 p.m. tonight. They are saying that look, this is our independence. It's a movement for our independence, for our safety and our security. As a young doctor yourself, do you feel threatened being a doctor, particularly when you're in a hospital environment?
See, now I'm working in a private sector, but I passed my MBBS from a government medical college in West Bengal. Yes, this is true. We didn't have any proper restroom. We didn't have any proper washroom. So we had to go to such a dark corners of the hospitals to find for a proper place to sleep. It is very hard for us. And it is still now, even after 10 years of passing MBBS, the situation is same. I don't want anything like that. It is the responsibility of everyone to ensure safety of female at workplace, be it hospital, be it another place. A woman of a family, is a sister, is a mother, is a wife, should be given safety while at work. See, during our work, I'm an emergency physician. I feel threatened, yes, with the goons when they come with the physical assault or any medical legal cases. I feel threatened when many people surrounds us. If the security is not given to us, then really we are at very danger.
I take
very
that point. I
dangerous
just
place.
want to quickly,
So-
because I'm running
and-
short of time, go across to Dr. Shankarnath Jha. Dr. Jha, just on the basis of the evidence which has been collected so far, the quantity of semen which is collected in this particular case, fluid in the body of the deceased, the nature of the attacks itself, and I don't want to get into more detail on this, do you not believe that the grounds for looking at gang rape are very strong? And does it not appear strange that more suspects have not been picked up so far?
Yeah. The 2-3 points I want to clarify. That initially they tried to make it suicide, but from the injuries, and anyone could tell that for 2 hours the guardians were not been asked to meet or allowed to meet. The suicide theory was done. Then the theory of one person doing gang rape and doing rape on a dead person. So the nature of injuries and the amount of injuries, the fractures, it was clearly evident that it is not the act of a single person. More than 2-3 persons are involved. Initially, we said that. And seeing the grievousness of the crime, the rarest of rare cases, Kolkata High Court has transferred it to CBI. We want justice. We don't want to accuse anyone. We want, from the doctor's point of view, that women in our society should be safe, and there was clear-cut evidence that it was a case of rape and gang rape followed by murder.
Right.
And we want whoever has done this should go behind bars.
Absolutely.
And we want clear-cut laws in the country for acts of violence against the doctors.
And hopefully that justice will be there. Thank you all very much for being with us. We'll keep tracking this. We're going to take a short break up after that, but just before Independence Day, we've got a very special program coming up in the next couple of minutes. India through the eyes of our icons. Meet Ustad Amjad Ali Khan and his sons in conversation with my colleagues Nikunj Garg and Maria Shakil. That's up next. Do stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of coal, and driverless cars would be trapped in.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's not every day that a national cultural icon joins us on the Independence Day of this country. Just as the 78th Independence Day marks a milestone, Ustad Amjad Ali Khan and his two very distinguished sons also mark a milestone in their musical journey of that many decades. Let me begin by asking you, Khan Sahab, that इतने सालों की जो जर्नी रही आपकी म्यूज़िकल जर्नी, जैसे ये देश अब 78 साल का आज़ाद हो रहा है, क्या बदलते देखा आपने उसमें?
देखिए, पॉलिटिकल चेंजेस तो होते ही रहते हैं और जो भी पार्टी आती है दे हैव देयर ओन एजेंडा, लेकिन हमारे देश का जो एक कल्चरल जो एक कैरेक्टर है वो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है. मैं 12 साल की उम्र से people started inviting me because I belong to the family of musicians. My father was very famous, Ustad Hafiz Ali Khan Sahab of Gwalior. So every region,
and you are a sixth generational musician yourself.
Every region of India, every city, they encouraged me, they nurtured me, and they helped me to be whatever I am today. Whether it is Nagpur or Pune or Calcutta or Kerala, anywhere. So music is not just entertainment in our country. Like the Western world, music is generally a sort of entertainment. But हम लोग कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है. हम भगवान को स्वर के ज़रिए प्राप्त करते हैं. तो आप जितनी भी रिलीजियस बिल्डिंग्स हैं, आप देखिए वहाँ साउंड ऑफ म्यूज़िक ज़रूर है. उसको आप भजन कह लो या कैरल्स कह लो, हिम्स कह लो, कुछ भी कह लीजिए. और सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि जब अमान साहब आए, ये माय एल्डर सन, तो इट वाज वेरी चैलेंजिंग हाउ टू मेक द चाइल्ड इंटरेस्टेड इनटू म्यूज़िक. तो उस ज़माने में हमारे देश में यही ओल्ड मैकडोनल्ड और वो सारे कैसेट्स होते थे. तो हम हाउ टू एंटरटेन हिम, देन ही वाज अराउंड मी, जिनको छोटा सा सरोद दिया गया. एंड देन ही आफ्टर 2 years अयान साहब तशरीफ लाए और इन्होंने भी, इनको पेंटिंग का भी शौक़ था कि भगवान गणेश के आपने शायद देखे हो, ऑल द इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स गणेश बजा रहे हैं. तो पेंटिंग की एग्जीबिशंस भी हुई इनकी. तो फिर देन स्लोली एंड ग्रेजुअली द डे योर डिसाइपल और सन रियलाइज देयर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. अब जैसे हम जब छोटे थे तो अब्बा के हमारे शागिर्द लोग, फ्रेंड, अब बेटा तुम्हें ही करना है, तुम्हें ही करना है, ये लेगेसी तुम्हें ही ले जाना है, मतलब इतना. और हमारे पिताजी ओल्ड टाइमर थे. ही वॉज द हीरो ऑफ 30s and 40s. उस्ताद फयाज खान साहब, उस्ताद अलाउद्दीन खान साहब, उस्ताद इनायत खान साहब, उस्ताद अब्दुल करीम खान साहब, वो एक बहुत बड़ा, दे वर ऑल वेरी सेंटली ग्रेट म्यूजिशियंस. तो पिताजी का कहना था, भाई एक ज़िंदगी में आप एक ही काम कर सकते हो, या स्वर को समझ लो या पढ़ाई लिखाई समझ लो, दोनों नहीं हो सकते. तो ही वॉज नॉट इन फेवर दैट आई शुड गो टू स्कूल, कि स्वर और लय को समझो. लेकिन जब हम लोग दिल्ली आए 1957 में, तब लोगों ने परसुएट करा अब्बा को. तो फॉर फ्यू ईयर्स आई वाज इन मॉडर्न स्कूल दिल्ली, एंड आई एम वेरी फॉर्चुनेट दैट माय प्रिंसिपल वाज मिस्टर एमएन कपूर, जो मेरा मैथमेटिक्स कागज़ पे बहुत ख़राब होता था. तो एक दिन अब्बा हमारे लेके गए साथ में, कहने कपूर साहब इनका मैथमेटिक्स, अब मैथमेटिक्स हम म्यूज़िक में करते हैं हम सब, वी क्रिएट कास्टल्स इन द एयर. मैथमेटिक्स है, ये है, वो है, सब अपने एक शायरी पूरी हवा में शायरी करते हैं। तो कपूर साहब ने कहा खान साहब ये मैथमेटिक्स में कभी पास नहीं करेंगे और मैं इन्हें कभी फेल नहीं करूँगा क्योंकि ये सरवत बजाने आया है। अब ऐसा प्रिंसिपल आज दुनिया में कोई होगा नहीं जो ऐसी बात कहे, बट ही वॉज ए इंस्टीट्यूशन। और बाद में इन्होंने कब रियलाइज़ करा कि मैं इनका फादर हूँ या गुरु हूँ,
उसी पर सवाल पूछते हैं। यू नो, ग्रोइंग अप as sons of a music legend, but you all also found your own tone and your own path. You are, accomplished musicians in your own rights. When did it all start? And when you look at the journey of India, what was your journey along with it?
Well, to start with, my brother Ayan and I, to be very honest, if you were not born to my father, with all due respect, and humility, I say this, whatever little we have accomplished, that would have taken us another 20-30 years. In India is a country where the goodwill is carried of your guru or of your parents. So the goodwill that he has earned over the years, Ayan and I got it very easily. But at the same time, the challenges are very high because you are sitting next to a man who's the best in his business, and you're constantly compared. It's a compliment that you're being compared to the best, but it's also a pressure in a good way. And music came much later to me as a person because I think I got a bit rebellious because Jessa, he was mentioning that bachpan se everyone keeps telling you that you have to play, and my nature is if you tell me too much to do something, I do the opposite.
You wanted to be a pilot.
I wanted to be a lot of other things. So then I think it came later. I think by the time I 15, 16, but I was always playing sarod, but I became very serious about it when I turned about 15. And again, to be born in a family which is India by itself. I was born to a Hindu mother, a Muslim father, raised by a Christian nanny as in the lady who used to take care of Ayan by me. So yeah, we enjoyed all the festivals of the country. And I think you're blessed to be born as an Indian because this is one country in the world where you see so many diverse, different sort of festivals and people. Acha has been a great journey till now, touchwood.
And young man?
Well, I think to start with, it's just a very big blessing to be born in this land. Because I think, like my father said, India is the only country where music is spirituality. One is incomplete without the other. Naad Brahma jo hai, the development of the 7 notes or the 12 notes happened through spirituality. So, you're a student in the last day you walk this planet. The realization of what a guru is. I mean, I think today India's more and more in vogue all over the world. I think the West resold and repackaged terms like guru and yoga and everything. But music luckily was around forever. I think Indian classical music especially was realized so many years ago in the West. So that's why, I just feel very fortunate to have been born in this land. And again, it's a blessing to be born in a family of musicians. It's not looked at as a profession, but a passion. It's a way of life for us. And it's a very long journey, even today when Aman Bhai and I are performing, it's like the first concert of our life. And the concert's over, you start over again. Because that's all in the past and you start your story once again. So it's a very long journey.
Ayan and Aman, both of you, paint a picture of India which is very inclusive India. In cultural connotations, Ustad Sahab, आपने क्या बदलते हुए देखा है? हिंदुस्तान में क्या-क्या बदलते हुए देखा है? किस पीढ़ी में कैसा था? इनकी पीढ़ी में क्या हो रहा है?
थोड़ी ह्यूमिलिटी, तहजीब, अदब उसको कम होते हुए देखा है. हाय बाय वी ऑल नो भाई हाय बाय का क्या मतलब है, लेकिन हाथ जोड़ लो कभी और कभी प्रणाम भी कर लो, पैर भी छू लो. अब विदेश में जब हम जाते हैं तो बेचारे जो NRIs हैं वो कहते हैं खान साहब आए, पैर छुए, इनको प्रणाम करो. वो हाय करता है बच्चा, वो नेचुरल है वो. तो मैंने कहा भाई प्रेशर मत डालो बच्चों पे, उसको जैसा दिल हो वैसा करिए. तो ये हम लोगों ने जनरली ऑन द 15th of August or 26th of January or 2nd October, Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, we were always out of India. Because the way NRI celebrate the independence of India. I mean, last year, Aman, Ayan and my grandchildren, we all performed in New York. on the 15th of August. ऐसे ही महात्मा गांधी का जन्मदिन वो भी बड़ा जाता है. तो ये westernization we have accepted, we have great regards, because in the Western world the meaning of artist is much larger, much bigger.
And their public persona is also much larger, much bigger. They are seen as public intellectuals.
बिल्कुल, they are still listening to Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, the great composers. तो बेथोवन के म्यूजियम में घर में हम लोग गए थे, me and my wife. तो वहाँ से हमको इंस्पिरेशन आया कि I should also try to convert my home into a museum. तो सरोद घर ग्वालियर में आप कभी जाएं तो you must visit. तो वो म्यूजियम ऑफ म्यूजिकल हेरिटेज, क्योंकि ग्वालियर एक ऐसी जगह है. अभी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ग्वालियर गए थे, सिंधिया स्कूल का एक फंक्शन था. तो आई वॉज वेरी हैप्पी दैट ही रिमेंबर्ड मियाँ तानसेन एंड ऑल्सो यू नो पीपल ऑफ ग्वालियर. और अभी यूनेस्को ने भी ग्वालियर को म्यूज़िक कैपिटल टाउन ऑफ म्यूज़िक ये करा है. और ग्वालियर हैज़ प्रोड्यूस मैनी म्यूजिशियंस. लेकिन आज डिजिटल वर्ल्ड का ज़माना है और आज के यंगस्टर्स जो है, यंगर म्यूजिशियंस, दे आर वेरी टैलेंटेड, वेरी टैलेंटेड, दे आर वर्किंग हार्ड. लेकिन जो पहले ज़माने में जो गुरु को समर्पण होता था, अब वो समर्पण, बट आई एम ग्रेटफुल टू बोथ ऑफ देम. दे आर टेकिंग केयर ऑफ अस and they are very fortunate that their mother is an artist, classical Bharatnatyam dancer. तो it matters कि भाई उन्होंने भी इनको बहुत टाइम दिया and she made them realize the responsibility. और तो ये 15 अगस्त हमारे देश में एक बहुत बड़ा सेलिब्रेशन है. और ख़ास तौर पे विदेशों में तो NRI इसको और भी ज़्यादा ढंग से मनाते हैं. और लेकिन हमेशा हम कहते हैं कि हमारा क्लासिकल म्यूज़िक वाज ऑलवेज फ्री. वो हमेशा से आज़ाद था. इम्प्रोवाइजेशन होता है इसके अंदर. तो मैसेज हमारे म्यूज़िक का ये है, फ्रीडम विद इन द डिसिप्लिन. जो जहाँ फ्रीडम में डिसिप्लिन ना हो तो वहाँ बर्बादी शुरू हो जाती है.
अयान, मैं ये खान साहब ने एक बात कही और एक्चुअली अमान ने कही ये बात कि you know, your father is a legend. Of course, he impersonates Sarod. You know, I mean, when you think of Sarod, you think of Khan Sahab. But he said that, you know, the fortunate that the talent comes and all. But people are also very, and we've seen it all the time in Bollywood particularly, people are also very particular. If the next generation is not talented, it is also punished very brutally. So we have seen that not many children of stars being very successful. But you people have successfully breach that, and from the audience point of view, from a country point of view, we are glad that you are taking that tradition forward in that sense.
Very kind of you, लेकिन अभी भी we are at it.
No, thank you for your kind words. I think, like I said earlier, it's a very long journey. Luckily, in the classical field, your life doesn't change with one concert. It doesn't change every Friday. There are many Fridays that you know are part of your life, and it's a never-ending journey. And it's a very long journey. And mentioned earlier, you are constantly absorbing, learning, and just bettering your craft. You see, the sense of responsibility cannot be inculcated. That has to come from within. Your guru can teach you, your parents can guide you. But how much to do of what you want to work towards, what are your goals in life, that sense of responsibility has to come from within. And that's very important.
And also, performing on stage at 1 hour is not the performance. Those 23 hours that you do off stage is the real performance. The journey to the concert is your real journey. And what we have been taught and what we realize ourselves, that talent, all this is secondary. First is humility. You be able to absorb what God gives you and be humble about it. जैसे आपने mention किया कि people are very non-forgiving if your father is big and you don't make it big. I think it's fair enough because you also do get the opportunity which the other person doesn't get. And for me, losing and not getting an opportunity is not the problem. Wasting an opportunity is a crime. So when you get an opportunity, you should give it your 100%. At least try to give you 100%.
So it's burden of responsibility that you're talking about.
I mean, not a burden. I would say it's a responsibility, because you will be remembered in history for being a good son or a bad son or a daughter, whatever. And people will blame you.
And interestingly,
and here a craft fails. Actually, the unfortunate or the fortunate part is that if you people fail, the craft fails, and that shouldn't. That would be very, tragic.
Ustad Sahab, you said that we are living in a digital world. Things are changing very fast, and that brings me to my next question to both of you. At a time when we believe in reels, TikTok videos, everything going viral, does it really impact your craft?
Do you keep it in mind? I mean, when you're performing, does it come to your mind?
I think social media is a very integral part of human life now, but it's also a part of even our fraternity, our industry. I mean, using it for reaching out or to do whatever you want to do. I mean, it's again a very individualistic journey. I mean, we maybe use it more as a tool for work, where you're performing, where the tickets are available, stuff like that. But then if you want to take it a notch higher and start doing something or the other every day to have your own audience, whatever, that's one way of doing things. But again, I don't know in the real world if that, at least in our field, I don't know if that gets you more work. It could maybe...
it gets you exposure for sure.
It gets you exposure. You can't say that I couldn't be heard.
A lot of youngsters
by
get
people.
opportunities. Yeah. And also I feel it's a good thing. It's a challenging thing for musicians, because now you can't take the audience for a ride. You can't repeat your pieces, because now yesterday I played somewhere, then I'm playing somewhere today. So if I repeat my pieces or repeat my kurtas, you'll be caught. So it's also putting musicians or people like us more on guard to improve ourselves. And there's a lot of competition around you, which is a very good thing.
And you end up hearing people who you otherwise wouldn't have ever heard of. Who are so good.
Exposure बहुत है.
Who's sitting where and सब लगे हुए हैं अपने इल्म
लेकिन
को तैयार
ओवरनाइट
करने.
सेंसेशन बन जाते हैं और बहुत सारे लोग मतलब एक दिन के लिए आते हैं और उसके बाद गायब हो जाते हैं.
You become like a seasonal mango. लेकिन again वही है कि it again depends what route you want to take. I mean, if it's a passion, वो यात्रा अलग होगी. If it's just for that overnight syndrome, then that's a different journey.
I think digital world is beautiful. There's nothing wrong with it. But you have to be present in the real world also. You have to be on newspapers or in magazines. Just in this entertainment industry, I'm just saying. Only being there on a Instagram is not everything. Which sometimes I feel youngsters are getting very overexcited about, kitna likes hai.
How often do you make reels?
I don't actually. I'm very bad with it. I've been told to give it to a team properly. I don't know how to do. I do very messy
things. We do it in intervals, but then there's a team that does it for us. We are not into like, guys, I'm in the green room, I'm going on stage. We don't do that.
I mean, the good thing is with the presence of people like you, accomplished people like you, talented people like you, people who have actually worked hard in their field. That, to my mind, makes social media a more somber place. Otherwise, it can be very toxic.
Yes.
Otherwise, that entire ecosystem is now being tagged more and more for toxicity.
You should take it as an entertainment, not as life. वो life लोग ले रहे हैं. That is the scary
part. That toxicity is the scary part. खान साहब, मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ आपसे. I want to ask you, आपने ग्वालियर का नाम लिया और ग्वालियर से लंबी म्यूजिकल जर्नी है आपकी. तो ग्वालियर जैसे शहर को भी जो स्मॉल टाउन इंडिया है, जिसको पहले स्मॉल टाउन कह सकते हैं, अब स्मॉल टाउन नहीं है वो असल में, उसको कैसे बदलते हुए देखा है आपने?
देखिए, अब तो आज जो ग्वालियर है वो मतलब ये है कि हर आदमी का एक ख्वाहिश है नेता बनने का, संगीतकार बनने का. संगीतकार कम ही नज़र आते हैं. तो क्योंकि नेता वाला रास्ता एक अलग है, और हमारे पिताजी ओल्ड टाइमर थे, रियाज करो, और कल की कोई प्लानिंग नहीं करते थे, कल क्या होने वाला है, सब खुदा है, अल्लाह है, सब ठीक हो जाएगा. भाई आज का यंगस्टर सोच समझ के अपनी कदम बढ़ाता है, 5 साल में क्या होगा, 10 साल में क्या होगा. तो हम लोग जिस ज़माने के हैं, यानी 78 साल हो गए या 90-80 हो गए, तो वी हैव टू सरेंडर अवर सेल्फ टू म्यूज़िक. समर्पित करना पड़ता है संगीत को और गुरु को. तो गुरु से आप पूछ नहीं सकते कल क्या होगा या हम कितनी जल्दी बजाने लगेंगे, तो गुरु नाराज़ ना हो जाए, इसकी भी हमको चिंता होती थी. तो मेरे लिए बहुत सेटिस्फाइंग बात यह है कि दे आर नॉट माई कार्बन कॉपी.
Yes.
Aman has created his own.
नहीं वो बन भी नहीं पाएंगे. We're not as good as him.
He has created his own world. Ayan has created his own world. तो हम लोग जब तीनों इकट्ठे बजाते हैं तो पता लगता है कि भाई अलग-अलग सोच के ये तीन लोग हैं.
How beautiful those words are, वो हमें नहीं मालूम.
But आप जो ग्वालियर की बात कर रहे थे, I think I'll give my input. The city has really changed for the best.
Amazing airport now.
Airports बन गए, उस शहर में रास्ते अच्छे हो गए, and they've given a lot of honor to my family. They've made Sarod installations in the middle of malls and all, keeping him in mind and my grandfather in mind. So I think lovely school,
There's a
colleges.
feeling of homecoming when we go to Gwalior.
The hotels are nice.
A lot of affection.
So my forefathers, they were court musicians in Gwalior, Sindhya Maharaj. और राजमाता साहिबा विजय राजे सिंधिया, बहुत मुझे उनसे प्यार मिला, और माधव राव जी से ऑल्सो. तो वो इतनी विशाल और इतने महान उनका सोच विचार था कि एक दफ़ा मुझे और मेरी वाइफ को चीफ गेस्ट बनाया उन्होंने. आई वॉज सो एम्बेरेस्ड कि मैं दिया जला रहा हूँ, वो माचिस पकड़ी हुई. तो शी वॉज सच ए ग्रेशियस लेडी, विजय राजे सिंधिया. तो आई ऑलवेज लुक फॉरवर्ड टू विजिट ग्वालियर, क्योंकि बचपन की यादें हैं वहाँ. और एक ही चीज़ की जो तकलीफ़ होती है मुझे कि एजुकेशन कुड नॉट क्रिएट कंपैशन एंड काइंडनेस इन ए ह्यूमन बीइंग. ये नफ़रत क्यों नहीं निकाली? ये किस किस्म का एजुकेशन है जो वी आर स्टिल फाइटिंग ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ रिलीजन. रशिया यूक्रेन का देखकर दुख होता है, इज़राइल फ़लस्तीन का देखकर दुख हो रहा है, और सारी इट्स सो फ्राइटनिंग सिचुएशन टुडे जो कुछ भी हो रहा है.
और वही ह्यूमिलिटी वाली भी बात है, एजुकेशन ह्यूमिलिटी, विद्या ददाति विनयम नहीं हुआ तो फिर.
तो ये है कि और हमारे परिवार में वी हैव लर्न फ्रॉम म्यूजिक द रोल ऑफ म्यूजिक, फ्लावर्स, एयर, वाटर, फायर, फ्रेग्रेंस. दे डोंट बिलोंग टू एनी रिलीजन. तो हमें लगता है कि वी बिलोंग टू एवरी रिलीजन ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. वी बिलोंग टू एवरी रिलीजन ऑफ इंडिया, क्योंकि हमारी ऑडियंस तो हर तरफ से आती है और उनका प्यार मिला है, आशीर्वाद मिला है, और खुदा करे इनको भी मिले और अबीर जोहान को भी मिलता रहे. तो इंडिया के कैरेक्टर को समझना बड़ा मुश्किल है. नेबरिंग कंट्रीज कैन नॉट अंडरस्टैंड.
Your mother, he spoke a lot about. You want to say something about your mom?
He's really in love with her.
There's a glow on his face.
I think Ma has a very integral part in, of course, Abba Sahab's lives and Aman Bhai and me as well, like most mothers are. I think the spine of any household is, are the mothers, are the wives. So I think to make sure that things were done the right way, we were not able to get away with things. I think Ma kept a reality check on us.
And also, my father came from a very simple background. We got a lot of knowledge of music from Abba's family, but the education part of it, because my mother came from a tea planter's family, and they were quite decently well-to-do people from Assam. So वो सारा जो education, of how to maybe getting trained up with your fork and knife, how to eat your 3-course meal. This is my mother's. She's really done a lot for us.
Her uncle was member of parliament, Congress में, Mr. P.C. Barua.
And she was in Kalakshetra for 15 years. She learned from the great Rukmani Devi ji.
Rukmani Arun Devi.
आपने डांस ही देखा उनका पहले. And then
Calcutta में I saw her performance.
And then?
तो बस मुझे लगा कि भगवान ने मेरे लिए भेजा है शायद. काफ़ी मैं मेंटली डिस्टर्ब था उस दफा में. और ट्रैवलिंग बहुत होती थी. और कभी-कभी she used to drive and receive me and drop me to the airport. ये भी होता था. और I'm very proud of my daughter-in-law also, Ayan's wife. अभी जो twin boys है, अबीर जोहान, they are 12 years old. तो अयान ने, मेरा कोई कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं है उन ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन को सिखाने में. ये जब बताइए कोविड में स्कूल बंद थे.
नहीं तो मैं घर था. दुनिया घर बैठी थी. So I just got that time with them, because earlier we were all traveling and everything. But that time during the lockdown, I think musically I was able to spend time with them. बाकी तो like I said, दुआओं का काम है. They have a long way to go.
और जीन्स में भी है.
I mean,
अब लग ही रहा है, आप देख लीजिए इतनी सारी
जीन्स को भी एक्टिवेट करना पड़ता है.
Latent genes and there are active.
बहुत सारे जीन्स कभी बह जाते हैं.
Yeah, there are latent genes and there are active genes. Latent genes are
so they are taking well to it. They enjoying the process. लेकिन अभी वही है कि वो passion वाले phase में कब आएंगे is this something they want to do? I don't have answers. But they're very blessed that today, on many occasions, they sit on stage with Abba Sahab, which is a big honor for Aman Bhai and me anyway, for them also. So as a family, we all can perform as a quintet, which is a great blessing.
Okay, if I were to ask you, what does 15th August mean for your children then? What do you do?
For my children?
It's a holiday.
What do you tell them?
Not going
It's
to
a
school.
holiday.
For them, it's a holiday.
Or 26 January, do you explain them the significance of these days? उस्ताद साहब, आपने क्या इन लोगों को significance बताया था? कि उस तारीख का क्या मतलब है?
ये तो खुद ही इन्होंने रियलाइज करा, और स्कूल में आजकल जो सेलिब्रेशन होते हैं, और फिर धीरे धीरे हमने भी बताया कि भाई हम आज भी फ्रीडम फाइटर्स को नमन करते हैं, उनको प्रणाम करते हैं, साष्टांग, कि उन्होंने जो एक अपनी ज़िंदगी दी है देश को आज़ाद करने में. और
and to the Indian forces like military, navy, because of them वो जागते तो हम सोते हैं. So
पहले तो आज़ाद देश आज़ाद हुआ ना,
उसके बाद आज़ाद अभी तक रखा हम लोगों ने.
और हमेशा आज भी हमारे अब्बा साहब के कॉन्सर्ट्स में, अमान भाई मैं जब परफॉर्म करते हैं, all our national songs and patriotic songs like Vande Mataram, Vaishnav Janto, Ramdhun, ये सब it's part of the musical journey.
लेकिन पुराने लोग ऐसे थे हमारे पिताजी के घर में, हम जब छोटे थे तो रेडियो नहीं था, उनको ये डर था कि फिल्मी गाने सुनेंगे ये तो इनका माइंड फिल्म में चला जाएगा, मतलब वन ट्रैक माइंड. फिर बहुत अब्बा के शागिर्दों ने समझाया, और हमारी बहनें लोगों ने कि भाई रेडियो तो आना चाहिए घर में, कि साहब न्यूज़ सुनेंगे, रेडियो आना चाहिए. उस ज़माने में बिना का गीत माला सारा देश सुनता था,
अमीन सयानी साहब
का. तो वो फिर वो 150 रुपये का मर्फी रेडियो आया, और फिर रेडियो सुनने लगे. और उनकी एक बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग एक और कहानी हमारे पिताजी की, कि जब उनको पद्म भूषण मिला 1960 में, तो मुझे साथ ले गए वो. वी डिडंट हैव कार. पहली बार मैंने इतने नज़दीक से डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद को देखा, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू को मिला. तो आफ्टर द इन्वेस्टिचर सेरेमनी, वो एक रिचुअल है, मुगल गार्डन में चाय वाय पिलाते हैं. तो पहले नेहरू साहब आए, खान साहब कोई तकलीफ़ तो नहीं आपकी, और मेरी तरफ देखा उन्होंने कि बच्चे से कोई गुरु मंत्र तो नहीं छुपा रहे आप क्योंकि पहले के गुरु, वो कहानी है ना द्रोणाचार्य
जी, एकलव्य
वाली. तो अब्बा ने कहा नहीं मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, कोई तकलीफ़ तो नहीं है आपको? कह नहीं. अब तकलीफ़ बहुत सारी थी, अब्बा ने कुछ कहा नहीं. इतने में फिर राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी आए, खान साहब क्या सेवा करूं, कोई तकलीफ़ तो नहीं है. ऐसे मौके पर कलाकार कहता है मुझे सरकारी घर दे दो, मुझे गाड़ी दे दो. कुछ नहीं था हमारे पास. हमारे पिताजी कह रहे हैं राग दरबारी की प्योरिटी बचाइए. आई वॉज फीलिंग एम्बेरस कि क्या कह रहे हैं, और उनको क्या पता बेचारे दरबारी क्या है. तो कहने खासा में समझा नहीं. कहते मियाँ तानसेन ने बनाई थी, इसमें लोग लिबर्टी ले रहे हैं, आप प्रेसिडेंट हो, आपका ये ड्यूटी है. He was hoping as if next day he'll pass a resolution in the parliament कि सब दरबारी ऐसी गाना बजाना. वो घबरा गए. कहते नहीं मैं ज़रूर करूँगा, और बताइए क्या सेवा करूँ. कहते नहीं अब मेरा नमाज का वक्त हो गया है, मैं इजाज़त चाहता हूँ. उनको प्रोटोकॉल का भी नहीं पता. पगड़ी पहनते थे साफा, वो हाथ में लकड़ी, चल पड़े वहाँ से. और मैं उनके पीछे पीछे, और कोई सिक्योरिटी वाले ने उनको रोका भी नहीं. यू कांट लीव बिफोर द प्रेसिडेंट. वो तो निकल पड़े. और घर आके हमारी माँ से पद्म भूषण की खुशी नहीं बता रहे. वो कह रहे राजेंद्र बाबू ने वायदा करा है कि दरबारी की प्योरिटी बनी रहेगी. ऐसे लोग इस प्लेनेट पे आए.
कितनी खूबसूरत बात है ये.
बताइए.
वो उन लोगों की भी ह्यूमिलिटी देखिए कि वो हाथ जोड़ के
पूछ, उनको फिक्र थी. ये कह सकते थे मुझे सरकारी घर दे दो, हर मंत्री के पास घर है.
बिल्कुल. और उस जमाने में आम बात थी पत्रकारों का.
पहले व्हेन यू वर ग्रोइंग अप आल्सो, अब्बा को हम देखते आए हैं, तो पहले कल्चरल कॉन्सर्ट्स बहुत ज़्यादा होते थे इंडिया में. अभी जो आप कह रहे चेंज क्या है, थोड़ा सा लग रहा है पिछले 5-6 साल से कल्चरल कॉन्सर्ट्स कम हुए हैं जो गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइज करती थी पहले. तो आई होप दैट इम्प्रूव्स, नॉट ओनली म्यूजिक, डांस हो, लिटरेचर हो, कवि सम्मेलन जो होते थे पहले, या आर्ट एग्जीबिशंस होते थे बहुत, अभी थोड़े कम हो गए हैं सब.
But I think they are doing a good thing. The government's doing a good thing for regional art form.
That is also good.
Which was not done a lot earlier.
क्योंकि फोक म्यूजिक हमारा सबसे
and regional art form is being encouraged.
पुराना है, वो हमारी आइडेंटिटी है कि हर रीजन का फोक म्यूजिक है। और तो मैं तो चाहूँगा कि स्कूलों में भी फोक म्यूजिक सिखाना चाहिए। वो हमारी बहुत ही पुरानी आइडेंटिटी है। कपड़ों से आपको पता लग जाता है राजस्थान का आदमी है, कपड़ों से पता लग जाता है, वो म्यूज़िक से। तो ये वेस्टर्न म्यूज़िक तो सिखा ही रहे हैं, क्लासिकल भी शायद हो रहा है, बट बच्चों के ऊपर इम्पोज नहीं करना चाहिए। उनका जो दिल चाहे दे शुड लिसन टू दैट काइंड ऑफ म्यूज़िक। लेकिन आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विद द achievement of the youngsters in India, and I hope every young man understand and realize the meaning of 15th August and Independence Day.
And I think that is the right note to end this conversation. So thank you so much, Ustad Saab and Aman. Have we taken our freedom for granted? A word from both of you?
Yes, I feel slightly, because I feel there should be more recognition given to the armed forces by all the youngsters. And we should really give them the utmost respect. And good places, the way they live, I think I've seen it also, they should be given a better life, I think.
I think so. I think we have taken freedom sometimes for granted. We need to value it more. We need to respect it more. We need to give it more dignity than we do. It's very important because we are very blessed to be in the country we are in. And we have to value and have gratitude for what we have.
And what very profound words from Khan Saab about the value of the folk music and culture in this country. So, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
So there's a lot of hope in this conversation. So thank you so much for joining us here on NDTV. With that, it's a wrap from us. We'll continue to bring voices of legends for you. And happy Independence Day to our viewers.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
This week on India Ascends. Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
this Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
This week on India Ascends. Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
India is all set to celebrate its 78th Independence Day. Draupadi Murmu, the president of the country, has spoken, and she has spoken about how political democracy is growing in India and social justice is the focus. But unfortunately, in another news, Vinesh Phogat's plea for a joint silver medal has been dismissed by the International Court for Arbitration of Sports. We'll get you all that and more in this bulletin, but first, the headlines. Vinesh Phogat's plea dismissed by CAS. No silver medal for Vinesh Phogat. The IOA has said that it's exploring further legal actions. CBI has taken over Kolkata rape and murder case. CBI is probing the gang rape angle in this episode. The accused has been taken for a medical test. Kolkata cops, meanwhile, have clarified, saying we didn't call it a suicide. Nationwide doctors' protests continue. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has hit out. She said that she took action. The accused was arrested in 12 hours. Rahul Gandhi, meanwhile, has put the Mamata Banerjee government in dock. He says that there was an attempt to save the accused. BJP has demanded resignation of the Chief Minister, saying that she delayed investigation. An army officer, Captain Deepak Singh, was killed in action in the SR area of Jammu Kashmir's Doda district. An operation has been launched to capture 4 terrorists, one of whom has been eliminated. A new long-range glide bomb called Gaurav, developed by the Defence Research and Development Organisation in conjunction with partners including Adani Defence and Aerospace, has been successfully tested. In an unfortunate episode, there is another heartbreak for India. Vinesh Phogat, India's top wrestler's disqualification case has been dismissed by the International Court for Arbitration of Sports. This plea has been dismissed today. There will be no silver medal for Phogat. Phogat had in fact pleaded for a joint silver medal. CAS has dismissed Vinesh Phogat's plea. She was, remember, disqualified for being just 100 grams over the permissible weight of 50 kgs. The Indian Olympic Association, meanwhile, has released a statement after Phogat's plea got dismissed. It has said, the body has said that significant implications for Vinesh and sports community. It has also said that it is shocked and disappointed at the decision, and it has said that it is exploring further legal actions in this regard. I have my colleague Osama, who tracks sports very closely for us. Osama, this in some ways was expected, but there was still a glimmer of hope, thinking that she could be bringing home that silver medal, considering it was so important to her and everybody else. Tell us, how significant is this decision, and what is the rationale behind the court deciding something like this?
Well, Vasudha, first of all, just to highlight the fact that how stringent these regulations are, that if you fail on any level by the barest of margins, you're not going to be allowed to either compete or appeal against your disqualification, and that is what has happened with Vinesh Phogat as well. Now, the Court of Arbitration for Sports, it has, like you mentioned, it has dismissed Vinesh Phogat's appeal against her disqualification for being just 100 grams overweight. Like I said, the barest of margins, and also the withdrawal of her silver medal. So she had initially appealed for on two accounts. One was to let her compete in the finals, which the Court of Arbitration of Sports immediately at that particular moment said no to. They said that, and the second one, which was for her to be awarded a joint silver. That was something that the CAS, the Court of Arbitration for Sports, had considered to hear. And on behalf of Vinesh Phogat and the Indian Olympic Association, Harish Salve, as well as Vidushpa Singhania, both of them formed these arguments for her, on her behalf, for the court to hear. But remember, this application, which is filed by Vinesh Phogat, it has now been dismissed on accounts of being overweight by just 100 grams. Vinesh, remember, she weighed 49.90 kg on the morning ahead of her first round bout, which is well within the permissible limit. And throughout the day, while she had her 3 bouts, she was well within her weight limit. And that is also one of the arguments that her counsels had presented in front of the court, and said that, look, she might have been overweight on the second day before the weigh-in, but she competed within the weight limit, and that should be considered, to which the court has said that this is not going to, this is basically going to set the wrong precedence if they give it in favor of Vinesh Phogat, because there are other similar cases. And that is what the other athletes will look up to and say that, look, you made a decision on the basis of something like this, and this is what we are also looking at. So that is what, that is the basis of her rejection of her plea.
Right. Thank you, Osama, for giving us those crucial details. Vinesh Phogat's plea has been dismissed. She had pleaded for a joint silver medal at Paris Games 2024. Moving on to the other top story tonight, the latest in the horrific rape and murder case in Kolkata, where a junior doctor was killed while on duty last week on Friday. Remember, this 31-year-old junior doctor had gone to the seminar room to rest, but her body was found brutalized. In fact, the autopsy showed that she was raped before she was murdered. The anger and outrage outrage over this case has become a movement across the country, with several doctors coming out, taking to streets, demanding better security for doctors and justice for the victim. Today, the CBI took over this investigation into this particular case. It was a direction by the Calcutta High Court. They will also focus on whether it was a case of gang rape and if there was any cover-up. A forensic team, in fact, visited the hospital while the accused was taken for a medical checkup.
The CBI at the crime scene after taking over investigation of the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital rape and murder case.
We have taken over the investigation. First, allow us to see the place. CFSL team has come from Delhi. Medical team, everything has come from Delhi. We are.
Students continue to protest over lack of security at their workplace and justice for the victim. After the Calcutta High Court handed over the case to the CBI on the parents' appeal, this is what the CBI will investigate. Is this a case of gang rape as the family alleges in their petition? Are there more than one person involved like the family alleges? Was there an attempt to shield any other accused with an improper autopsy as the family alleges in their petition? The police say both the inquest and postmortem were done in a very transparent manner. While the inquest was done in front of a judicial magistrate with the parents present, the postmortem was done in the presence of a judicial magistrate and was videographed. A copy of the postmortem report was also shared with the parents. Meanwhile, the BJP and the left continue to attack the ruling Trinamool Congress.
पूरे इस मामले को रफा दफा करने की साजिश ममता बनर्जी ने ही रची.
Very clear case of BJP using a heinous crime and milking this issue to garner some sort of political mileage.
This as protests continue across the country.
Resident doctors at this protest march at AIIMS Hospital in Delhi is that are we really free at this point? Even, it's been 77 years of independence tomorrow, and even then with such a case that has erupted and has taken the entire country in a chokehold. What is it? What lies ahead, not just for the doctors' fraternity, but for women's safety as well?
We have got already independence, but there is no independence here. I don't see anything.
We are fighting for a cause. We are fighting for safety and security in hospital nationwide. When it comes to provide safety and security, we want concrete resolution. We want concrete act. We want concrete bill and complete resolution, complete assurance for the safety and security for all the doctors throughout the country.
In Uttar Pradesh, medical colleges in Lucknow decided to step up the protests.
Strike is continuing not because whether the demand is accepted or not in the internal level. The strike is being continued because we want swift justice for doctors.
The outrage over the incident at RG Kar Medical College and Hospital and the subsequent protests are no longer limited to Kolkata, West Bengal, or even just the medical fraternity. It has become a much larger issue, with citizens' movements demanding safety for women at the workplace. And on the eve of Independence Day, women in Kolkata will descend on the streets to reclaim this basic right, safety at the workplace. With camera person G.D. Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Meanwhile, politics over this episode has intensified. Rahul Gandhi, Congress leader and also the leader of opposition, has slammed Mamata Banerjee's government. Remember, TMC is part of the larger opposition India bloc. Rahul Gandhi has said that there are efforts that were being made to protect the accused instead of delivering justice to the victims, and this has raised serious questions about the hospital and local administration. West Bengal Chief Minister and TMC Chief Mamata Banerjee has hit back now, and she has asked people not to politicize any deaths, and she has also said that she took every possible step and that the accused was arrested within hours of the police getting into the case.
অস্বীকার করতে পারবেন না পরিবার। আমি বিনীত গোয়েল সিপিকে নিয়ে গেছিলাম আমার সাথে। যদি বাবা মার কোনো সন্দেহ থাকে তাদের থেকে তার কথা শুনবার জন্য আমি প্রায় 1 ঘন্টা ছিলাম। আমি এটাও বলেছিলাম যে দেখুন আমাদের একটা কর্তব্য আছে, মেয়েটি তো আর ফিরে আসবে না, ওর নামে যদি আপনারা কিছু করতে চান করতে পারেন, যা টাকা লাগবে আমি দেব। একটা কম্পেনসেশন যারা বলছেন কম্পেনসেশন দেওয়ার কথা তাদের বলে রাখি, এটা আমার বলা আছে। আমি কংগ্রেসকেও জিজ্ঞেস করব, আপনাদেরও তো অনেক সরকার অনেক জায়গায় আছে, কোনটার ব্যাপারে কি সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছিলেন?
Meanwhile, Kolkata police today took to social media to dispel rumors regarding the case. They have clarified that reports of Kolkata police informing the family of the victim about a possible suicide are false. The family confirmed that the call did not come from Kolkata police. That's what cops said. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee hit back at all the allegations, claiming that her government had reacted instantly and she had taken all actions in the doctor's rape murder case, even as she alleged that a smear campaign was being run against her by the CPM and the BJP. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
This week on India Ascends. Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated.
Welcome back. A new long-range glide bomb called Gaurav, developed by the Defence Research and Development Organization in conjunction with partners including Adani Defence and Aerospace, has successfully hit a target more than 100 kilometers away after being dropped from an Indian Air Force fighter jet. Why could this be a game changer for the Indian Air Force? My colleague Vishnu Shom has the details.
Well, let me explain what this is all about. Now, this is the Gaurav glide bomb. It's been successfully tested, a series of tests on the ground, captive tests as they're known, and then finally the weapon has been launched successfully. It struck a target more than 100 kilometers away. This is a one-ton bomb. It's been developed by the Defence Research and Development Organization along with Adani Defence and Aerospace. Let me give you a few more details of what this is all about and why it's significant. Firstly, the test that actually took place was of the glide bomb, which was dropped from a Sukhoi 30 fighter jet, as you can see. It then went on for a range of approximately 100 kilometers, hitting a target with pinpoint precision. Remember, this is a bomb. It's not a missile. It doesn't have a motor of its own. It relies on aerodynamics. It relies on its winglets. It relies on the trajectory at which it was dropped. And it relies extensively on inertial navigation. I'll talk more about that in a moment. The bomb is important for India for a variety of reasons. It's a one-ton bomb. It can carry a variety of warheads. It can be used in a mission like what the Balakot mission was all about, when India struck Pakistani terror camps deep inside Pakistan. On that occasion, spice bombs made by Israel were used. Over here, we can actually use one of these weapons. It can hit a variety of targets, including hardened structures, which can be destroyed. Let's give you a few more details of this. How does it actually work? Well, it relies on pinpoint accuracy. How does it do that? It's got very advanced navigation systems on board, a mix of global positioning systems and inertial navigation systems, which actually ensure that it gets to the right target and strikes it with accuracy. So, and that's what I was talking about, the navigation system. It's been under development for a while. It's been developed by the DRDO. But the key point over here is that with this test, India is now in a position to actually manufacture this. So the DRDO and Adani Defence have completed the trials. And the next stage, of course, would be when this is inducted in numbers, which is why the key point, like in so many other defence issues, serial production of weapon systems can begin when there are significant orders which come in. But at this stage, this weapon has been proven to be successful. It is something which can enhance the firepower of the Indian Air Force greatly.
Well, in an effort to give a further boost to partnership, India and the US signed a landmark memorandum of understanding which will enable the MSMEs of the two countries to participate in global markets and foster trade. SEL Das, who's the Secretary of the MSME in India, and Isabel Casalas-Guzman, who's the Administrator, Small Business Administration in the United States of America, signed the MOU here in New Delhi.
India and US have been a trade partner for very long, and the trade ties between the two countries have only prospered over the years. And today, the Small Business Administration of the Biden government has signed an MOU with the Indian Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises. To share more details about what is the significance of this MOU and how it will benefit both India and US, I am joined here by Ms. Isabel Guzman, the head of Small Business Administration of the Biden government. Thanks, Ms. Guzman, for joining us to share the details about this MOU. My first question is that what is your general assessment of the Indian small and medium enterprises?
In the United States, we're so excited to see this growing, strong partnership between the U.S. and India. And I know that President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, back in 2023 when they met in the D.C. area, committed to continued growth in this area, especially as we share values around democracy and ensuring that there's strong economic prosperity opportunities for both of our countries. And so as I look towards opportunities for our countries to work more collaboratively together, clearly small business needs to be part of that answer. The MSMEs, that micro, small, medium enterprises, enterprises that dominate both of our economies really are critical to ensuring that we can strengthen into the future.
What is the significance of this MOU which you have just signed with the Ministry of MSME, and how it is going to benefit both India and US?
President Biden and Prime Minister Modi had committed to ensuring that one of the deliverables from their engagement in 2023 was going to be the signing of an MOU between the U.S. Small Business Administration and the Ministry of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises to try to advance and expand collaboration around global marketplaces, ensuring that businesses in both countries could better leverage trade opportunities abroad between our countries. Our trade relationship is strong. We want to continue to see that growth into the future, and it presents a huge opportunity for businesses in India as well as businesses in the U.S. And so this signing of the MOU is historic in terms of SBA's engagement in ensuring that we leverage these opportunities for our more than 34 million small businesses in the United States.
You spoke about women entrepreneurship, and you talked about that how US, or this MOU particularly which you have signed with MSME, is going to focus on that, and that could be one focus area. India is also investing a lot in a startup ecosystem, promoting youths to start their own ventures. And so what is that one specific area which US or your department will be focusing on after this MOU has been signed?
Yeah, well, I mean, during my visit this week, and I've had a couple days to be able to meet with many entrepreneurs, micro businesses, we know that there's huge opportunities across multiple sectors. The MOU calls for our broader engagement around expanding opportunities in the global marketplace, but specifically as well trying to focus on our women entrepreneurs. In the United States, women entrepreneurs are starting at high rates, double the rates of men. We've seen that for the last 10 years. As they enter into the entrepreneurial landscape, we want to make sure there's access. And the same applies here in India, where inclusion is also a priority. So we've been able to focus in the MOU on trying to make sure that we include opportunities for women entrepreneurs and focus on best practices in both countries and how we can improve and lift up our women who are so critical to community. The other area, of course, is around climate change. Both of our countries share an interest in trying to combat global warming, ensuring that we can transition to a clean energy economy, and our small businesses and MSMEs in our countries will be a big part of ensuring that we can deliver that sustainable future. So we've also focused on that specific industry as well, on the green economy broadly. That means making sure that our innovative startups in both of our countries have connection to be able to create the technology we need to combat climate change, but also it means just sustainable practices, making sure that our small businesses are part of the solution as we fight global climate change.
As India preps for a grand celebration of its 78th Independence Day, the streets of the country are brightly lit up. These are some of the monuments across the country. Take a look at those visuals there. That is the capital of India for you, brightly lit up ahead of the 78th Independence Day. The Prime Minister will, of course, speak. This will be his first speech under Modi 3.0, and it will be an important watch. The prior President Draupadi Murmu has already spoken, and she has said that social justice is the most important focus of the government. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This Independence Day, watch Jai Jawan with me, John Abraham, only on NDTV. Jai Jawan!
ये जोश पे चलते हैं हमारे जवान यहाँ पर, अदरवाइज ऐसी जगहों पे जीवन ही बहुत मुश्किल है।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
This week on India Ascends. Top voices on India at 2030. How will India shape the world order? The world's third largest economy. From climate change to disaster relief. Leading the global south. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app.
India is all set to celebrate its 78th Independence Day. Draupadi Murmu, the president of the country, has spoken, and she has spoken about how political democracy is growing in India and social justice is the focus. But unfortunately, in another news, Vinesh Phogat's plea for a joint silver medal has been dismissed by the International Court for Arbitration of Sports. We'll get you all that and more in this bulletin, but first, the headlines. Vinesh Phogat's plea dismissed by CAS. No silver medal for Vinesh Phogat. The IOA has said that it's exploring further legal actions. CBI has taken over Kolkata rape and murder case. CBI is probing the gang rape angle in this episode. The accused has been taken for a medical test. Kolkata cops, meanwhile, have clarified, saying we didn't call it a suicide. Nationwide doctors' protests continue. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has hit out. She said that she took action. The accused was arrested in 12 hours. Rahul Gandhi, meanwhile, has put the Mamata Banerjee government in dock. He says that there was an attempt to save the accused. BJP has demanded resignation of the Chief Minister, saying that she delayed investigation. An army officer, Captain Deepak Singh, was killed in action in the SR area of Jammu Kashmir's Doda district. An operation has been launched to capture 4 terrorists, one of whom has been eliminated. A new long-range glide bomb called Gaurav, developed by the Defence Research and Development Organization in conjunction with partners including Adani Defence and Aerospace, has been successfully tested. In an unfortunate episode, there is another heartbreak for India. Vinesh Phogat, India's top wrestler's disqualification case has been dismissed by the International Court for Arbitration of Sports. This plea has been dismissed today. There will be no silver medal for Phogat. Phogat had in fact pleaded for a joint silver medal. CAS has dismissed Vinesh Phogat's plea. She was, remember, disqualified for being just 100 grams over the permissible weight of 50 kgs. The Indian Olympic Association, meanwhile, has released a statement after Phogat's plea got dismissed. It has said, the body has said that significant implications for Vinesh and sports community. It has also said that it is shocked and disappointed at the decision, and it has said that it is exploring further legal actions in this regard. I have my colleague Osama, who tracks sports very closely for us. Osama, this in some ways was expected, but there was still a glimmer of hope, thinking that she could be bringing home that silver medal, considering it was so important to her and everybody else. Tell us, how significant is this decision, and what is the rationale behind the court deciding something like this?
Well, Vasudha, first of all, just to highlight the fact that how stringent these regulations are, that if you fail on any level by the barest of margins, you're not going to be allowed to either compete or appeal against your disqualification, and that is what has happened with Vinesh Phogat as well. Now, the Court of Arbitration for Sports, it has, like you mentioned, it has dismissed Vinesh Phogat's appeal against her disqualification for being just 100 grams overweight. Like I said, the barest of margins, and also the withdrawal of her silver medal. So she had initially appealed for on two accounts. One was to let her compete in the finals, which the Court of Arbitration of Sports immediately at that particular moment said no to. They said that they are not going to entertain that. And the second one, which was for her to be awarded a joint silver, that was something that the CAS, the Court of Arbitration for Sports, had considered to hear. And on behalf